It's been a day.
It's been a day, Autumn. It's been a day.
It's been a day. I don't even know how to start the show. My girl Dolly, she gone.
9 to 5. 9 to 5.
What was your first memory of Dolly Parton?
Um, well, I didn't like get introduced to her and her music till later on. Uh, Actually, I'll give you my last memory of Dolly, which will probably be a little bit more interesting. So my day job, my 9 to 5, we help clients, media companies, different media companies across the country, land sponsors in their individual markets. And one of the reports I worked on like a month ago, probably less than a month ago, this had been weeks. I did not know Dolly Parton owned or had naming rights to a children's hospital in Nashville.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the station groups, Cumulus or iHeart, one of those, reached out to our company to help with demographic information, pull information on Dolly Parton's Children's Hospital. And it was just fat. We look up companies and local hospitals and businesses that's in different cities. You have to research, go to their website, see what they're about, and seeing what Dolly Parton has done in her hometown, in that community with the Children's Hospital and and everything on top of all the other tributes that you have heard throughout the day. uh, that was really special just to see, um, uh, and to see the impact that she's had on families through that children's hospital with her work in the community. I don't know if the company landed Dolly Parton Children's Hospital as a sponsor or not, but it was really cool to do the research, find out who's been using the facilities and stuff, and to see the impact that she had. And I believe she got naming rights to that children's hospital not that long ago. I believe within the last 4 to 5 years, she got naming rights to that children's hospital. I could be wrong on that, but um, I'm like, wow, that was like one of the first things that like really stood out, was just her community, outreach and things like that. And I remember not that long ago, what it was either Thanksgiving or Christmas. She's performing at halftime. It was Thanksgiving, performing at halftime of the Dallas Cowboys game, and she's rocking and rolling all the way up until the end. And yeah, it's I know, she's 80 or she was 80, but there are some people you like, man, full of life, and it's just, man, it hits you. It really hits you.
Yeah. My first exposure to Dolly Parton was Hannah Montana. I'm not even gonna lie. It was
You're
Hannah
not the
Montana.
first one I've heard that from.
It wasn't 9 to 5. It wasn't Steel Magnolias. It wasn't Little Whorehouse in Texas. It wasn't Rhinestone. It was Hannah Montana. She played Aunt Dolly. Um, which I didn't know. Like, I'm like, what? Like, Miley is related to Dolly Parton. Come to find out, it's a godmother, right?
Oh,
And I was like, wow. It was just like this lady is like everything somebody should want to be. Like, she started the Imagination. Do you know what the Imagination book foundation is?
I do not know.
So if you sign up for the Imagination Book Foundation, she started it ironically enough 31 years ago, the year I was born. You can sign your kids up before they're born, and from ages when they're babies till 5, they will receive a book every single month. So, and then once you turn 5, you graduate. She once apparently pulled to the side a bunch of 7th graders and 8th graders and said, "Hey, if everybody graduates, I will give each and every one of you individually $500." The graduation rate for that school went from 35% to 6%, as in 6% of students didn't drop out.
Mm, gotcha.
She helped fund the COVID vaccine. She started Dollywood to give people near where she grew up a chance to have jobs. And if you work at Dollywood, you get free tuition, free books, free room, like all of everything. Like she was just an angel of a lady. She really,
I saw something. You can stop me if I'm wrong here. Whitney Houston. Um,
yeah.
you know about that? You want to share that?
Yeah, so even with the "I Will Always Love You," that song, she published it. Elvis originally wanted to record it. He wanted to do what Whitney Houston did. He wanted half of her royalties. So for every time somebody would play that song or buy that song, and if it was Elvis versions, he would get half, she would get half, right? Now, if Elvis would have did it, it probably wouldn't have been as much money. So she told him no, right? She said no. So then 20 years later, Whitney Houston, through David Foster, asked to buy the rights to this song. She recorded the song. Dolly said the first time she heard it, she pulled the car over. She almost got into an accident. She thought it was beautiful. And then she made, I think it was $10 million
Wow.
off of that song. And then she repurposed that $10 million into a shopping mall near Tennessee and said that that was the house that Whitney Houston built.
That's amazing stuff because she didn't have to do any of that, and she wanted to do that.
Yeah, it's just like that lady was just amazing. Like I said, I need people to stop dying. I really do. My grandma died. Your grandma died. Hayden Panettiere died. I know somebody like I know like 5 other people's grandmothers who died. I know.
Yeah.
Stop dying, everybody,
Yeah.
please. I can't take it no more this year.
Yeah, it's 2026 has been really has
It's
been rough.
It's been kind of rough.
Yeah, it's that. It's just like we got more news about she went into the hospital. Apparently, I watched. I'm scrolling through Instagram and I seen a local newscaster post to their IG reels that or stories that happened. I'm like, oh, and then I go to her Twitter and what was it? One of her longtime bodyguard.
It was her nephew. So her brother used to be, yeah, her brother used to be her bodyguard. He passed away. Then her nephew took over. So her nephew was her longtime head of security bodyguard. And it must have happened within enough time. I think it did happen a few days ago when she got sick because they recorded the video. He wasn't shaky of voice or anything. So I just I found out in the worst way possible. I found out on Reddit.
Yeah.
I found out on Reddit. Yeah. But I will say this. The way I found out she died is way better than the way I found out that Queen Elizabeth died. The way I found out Queen Elizabeth
I'm curious about this. Yeah, what happened?
It's actually so funny. Okay. So I'm on Twitter, right? I saw the news that all her grandkids were visiting her, that she was really sick, that everybody was like, you need, like, when I say I saw that news, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm scrolling. You know the Michael Jordan and and Larry Bird from The Last Dance. Somebody on Twitter was like, Princess Diana and Queen Elizabeth meeting in heaven, and I said, huh?
Whoa.
And I went.
There's no way. That's bad. That's bad, Otto. That's bad.
Queen Elizabeth died.
Oh man, that's bad.
I said, what's happening? And then I went to the news. I was like, oh shit, she died. I said, oh no. So Dolly, me finding out on Reddit was bad. Me finding out through a meme on Twitter.
Oh man, that's so bad. Oh man.
Queen Elizabeth. I said, what is going on? I'm like, who would post this kind of meme?
Well, we were talking right before we came on the air. It's like, man, August 25th, typically it's been a great day for me. That's when I started broadcasting school, actually. But August 25th, we
25 years
lost,
ago.
we lost Aaliyah back in
Yeah.
2001. Actually, it's not funny, but Dolly Parton and Aaliyah, both born in January, and they both
Jesus
passed
Christ.
away on August 25th. And like, man, you think about like how you get news back then. I think Aaliyah, we found out watching 106 in Park. It was funny because
Yeah.
it was
Because
and the
AJ is
worst.
free.
Yeah, it was surreal because like a few days before she flew out, they interviewed her. She was on the show. She was on 106 in Park, and they interviewed her. It's like, hey, everything's good. You know, we about to fly out to the Bahamas and everything, and then the accident happened. I believe on the flight back, it was just, man, like, that was sad. That was real sad. And then, we didn't know that. Well, that's not the worst of 2001. Like, it's terrible. I didn't even know. Man, we're about to be 25 years from 9/11. I didn't
Why
know,
are we
Autumn, that
starting this?
9/11 was unfolding when it was happening.
Why are we starting this show like this?
We might as well just rip off the Band-Aid and just get it out the way.
Double A. I didn't know it was happening either. Do you, again, like, I found out in the craziest ways. How did you find out?
I didn't know till I made it home. I was upset that my mom didn't pick me up. Half my classmates, we didn't get, I kept hearing, years later I hear from people, well, they rolled in the TV and we, watched it all happen. They didn't do any of that for us.
Wait.
We had class like normal, and every 20 minutes on the PA system, just go to the office. You're going home for the day. Go home for the day. And I'm in 4th grade at that point.
I was about to say, because I was in 1st grade. I'm like, how old were you?
Yeah, so I'm in 4th grade at that point, Autumn. And you're not, the sun is shining. You're not thinking, oh, we're getting attacked. You're not thinking that. You're thinking as a child, why is my mom not picking me up?
So you want to know? That's so funny. Okay, so wait, what's Maple High? We both also went to the same school system for elementary school. I went to Rockside. Where did you go?
Dunham.
Okay.
4th grade, I was at Dunham.
All right. So, by the way, also Maple Heights had 2 schools that were directly near each other. Very crazy. Very, very nuts, right? So
they corrected that situation years later.
Yeah. Years later, almost 20 years later, they corrected it, right? So I was in 1st grade, right? I will never forget this, right? Nothing. The whole day was normal. Like, I want y'all to understand, Maple Heights didn't change a thing. They didn't roll in a TV, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I get to my grandma's house because me and my brother would walk to my grandma's house. My grandma didn't live that far away from Rockside. And so I walk in and I see her. My grandma at the time was working at a job where she would get off of her normal job and then go work this job at night, and we would go pick her up. I walk in and I see her. I'm like, what are you doing home? And she goes, you don't know? I'm like, no, what? No, what? And she turned on the TV and she said, look at what happened. And they had shut her job down because the job she was working had to do with planes and technical issues like that. And then for the first time, I saw people in New York City running the other way as a building was collapsing. I will never forget that. So when people would tell you, oh, yeah, they announced it over the PA system. No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
They did not.
Most of us did not get an announcement over the PA system. Most of us found out after when we got home and we sat with our parents and they were like, hey, this thing happened today.
No, it was so crazy because I remember the weather. I remember everything.
It was
I remember
the
only thing
I
remember the only thing suspicious that day. Oh, we had indoor recess that day. And I remember, again, we're 4th grade. We have no clue what's going on. Why do we have indoor recess? The sun is shining. Like, we are ready to go. Like,
I don't remember us having indoor recess that day.
Oh, we did. I vividly remember.
We might have. like it's also y'all. It was 25 years ago. I was 6.
Oh
right?
yeah, you were a little by fourth grade. You
Yeah, you
remember
knew.
whatever you remember, and I remember in autumn on the ride home, we had 107.9 on the radio,
Yeah,
and back then Sam Silk was afternoon drive at 107.9 back then, and usually it's all jokes and stuff like that. You were like, oh, it's a little serious, but it doesn't. You think I thought it was a bit. Well, you had 2 planes hit the World Trade Center, and and you had a plane fly. It flew over Cleveland and landed
oh
here.
my
You had another
god,
plane
yes.
crash into the Pentagon. I thought it was a bit.
Yo, by the way, nobody knows that 9/11 was like, it was crazy. It was the 2 planes that crashed into the Twin Towers. It was the plane that was headed for the White House that crashed in Pennsylvania. I think that was the one that they picked up here in Cleveland. You had the one that crashed into the Pentagon. Like 9/11 was a crazy day. You want to know what day was even crazier? I'm gonna tell you this, and we're gonna talk about this, and then we're gonna go to break. I promise.
Yes.
The day of the Iraq War was the day of the American Idol season finale and season 1. So I'm watching at my grandma's house Kelly Clarkson become the American Idol, and immediately it switches off, and all I just see is like this random. I will never forget it. It looked like a freeway. It was just like a freeway, and I'm like, what is going on? And you turn to every single channel, and it I had no clue it was the start of a war.
Yeah, and who knew that would be, in and out of that, through our childhood and like right now. Like I look at gas prices, and I'm like, man, I'm like $2 a gallon. That's it's a little up there, but it's okay, it's manageable. And then the next week is $4, and it's been that way for 6 months now.
Man, remember it was almost at 5? I was literally crashing out. I was like, I've never put almost $50 in my car. I have a nice car.
At near my place, I had to go out of the way to another gas station. It hit 5. Like probably about a month or so ago. I'm like, no, no. I'll use the apps. I'll use like some of the other stuff that you get cash back and stuff. And no. All
right, AA. We're gonna go to the break. By the way, before we go to the break, Dolly Parton's team announced literally minutes ago that she actually died from a brief battle with cancer. So that makes it even worse. I just want you guys to know that makes it 20 times worse. Cancer is the worst. When we come back from the break, we're gonna talk about how Lane Kiffin is colluding with college football players. CBS Sports literally, as we were on air, just announced their investigation that Lane Kiffin is colluding with former college football players to literally come back. We'll talk about the rule changes, everything that's happened today over the last couple days. We'll also talk about the 3-headed monster of Kim Mulkey, Will Wade, and Lane Kiffin at LSU.
They all work there?
They all work there. Yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it when we come back from the break.
Nick Saban used to work there too.
So did Les Miles. Anyway.
And Brian Kelly.
And Ed Orgeron.
Yep.
We'll talk about it when we come back from the break. You guys are watching us here on Inside Edge Network.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Welcome back to the Daily Spiral. I want to keep saying Inside Edge Network. You guys are watching on the Inside Edge Network, but it's the Daily Spiral. See, I was doing it again. Welcome back, you guys. First segment, I'm sorry we went real dark there, but we are about to get into the biggest story of the day, might of the year, and that is Lane Kiffin is allegedly colluding with college football players to come back to college football after leaving. Now, I gotta explain what happened, what we learned today. So the NCAA not a couple years ago, just this past year, enacted a rule called the 5-for-5 rule. So that means if you are a college student in college, you get 5 years of eligibility. So you'll get 4 years through, and then a 5th year, which will be your grad year. Okay. Like Joe Burrow did it. He had a grad year. Like he was at Ohio State for 4 years, became a graduate, went to LSU, became part of their grad program. That's how he was able to do it, right? So they enacted the 5-for-5 rule. What the 16 players that sued in this Baton Rouge court are alleging is that they were not told about this 5-for-5 rule. So some of them declared for the draft, not knowing that they may have had an extra year left. So this is according to Brennan Chapman. I'm going to bring it up. It says LSU may have created a bigger problem than an eligibility loophole. CBS reports LSU and Lane Kiffin encouraged NFL players to sue the NCAA. The NCAA's constitution allows action when a member's conduct undermines the entrance of the association. The clause could definitely fit it. So, Double A, what do you think?
I've been trying for like the last like 15 years to say something positive about Lane Kiffin, and I still have not found it yet.
Since he got fired by Al Davis.
Well, it's all of it. You know, going to the brief time at USC and all that stuff. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Even the whole like, did he actually talk to Todd Monken, or did he speak, like little things like that? And I understand like trying to find every single loophole to try to get ahead. It's what you have to do now in college football.
Mm-hmm.
But he let it be him to be the one who allegedly has pushed the rope too far. It's always him. It is always him pushing the rope, allegedly pushing it too far.
Yeah, honestly, once I saw that Lane Kiffin was involved, I'm like, absolutely, these players are going back. And most of these players played for him at Ole Miss. Now, a couple of the players that played for him at Ole Miss that are going back are players that had a lot to say about him when he left. Like, I'm going to tell you guys like this. Lane Kiffin has had, 5 head coaching jobs, I think.
It's been up there, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, again, most recently, of course, Ole Miss. You know what happened there at the end.
None of these coaching jobs have actually, even when he was an assistant, none of them have gone well for Lane. So the first coaching job is he became head coach of the Oakland Raiders when they were the Oakland Raiders, right? Gets fired by Al Davis. Al Davis does a whole press conference where he's like, look, this is what he did wrong. This is not how we want to win here. It was a whole thing, right? Gets fired, goes back, licks his wounds, gets back into college. He gets hired at Tennessee. He's at Tennessee for about a year, quits, and then goes to USC because USC is his dream job, right? Mm-hmm. Goes to USC, is at USC for about 2 years. It's terrible there. Can't win there. Quits. Well, it's fired, right? Again.
He was let go.
Goes, rehabs himself by becoming the assistant at Alabama during that time where Alabama was really dominant in college football.
Yeah, and there, he rehabbed his career working under Nick Saban, definitely.
Then completely blew it because he didn't tell Nick Saban he was interviewing for the job at Ole Miss. No, not Ole Miss, FAU.
Yeah, yep. Florida Atlantic, absolutely.
FAU is probably the only one where he didn't blow it. So he goes to FAU. He makes FAU relevant for a couple seasons. Leaves. FAU was expecting him to leave. He leaves for Ole Miss. He was at Ole Miss for a very long time, you guys. He was at Ole Miss for like 6 years. And in college football, 6 years is a long time now, right?
Yeah. That's a shame, by the way, to say like that and know that that's the reality of today's college athletics.
He leaves LSU in a blaze of glory. Not LSU, Ole Miss for LSU in a blaze of glory, to where they literally are in the playoffs. They're in the college football playoffs for the first time in school history, and they don't know if he's going to be their head coach. That's how bad it is. So now he's at LSU. He hasn't coached a game, and now it's talk of collusion with 16 other players that are in the NFL. Now, I will say this. Almost every single head coach in college football has come out and said, hey, if you leave the program, if you are now trying to be in the NFL, you should not be able to come back.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason that you're coming back.
Right. And now to have, at first, just the Big Ten, and now the SEC basically come out and say, nah, this ain't cool. We're not doing this. Yes. We're not doing this. And I just looked it up too, just now. Like, this roster that he has at LSU, they're going to be paid. This is a $40 million roster. And the Athletic has the story. Why is Lane Kiffin, even with a roster that's worth $40 million in NIL money, why is he still recruiting NFL players?
We don't know. Now, speaking of the Big Ten today announced there will be a rule banning NFL players, and it is officially passed with unanimous faculty representation approval. Here's the specific language of what is not allowed. Underclassmen who declared for the NFL draft and did not withdraw. So that means they declared and like somebody didn't pick them up, so they became an undrafted free agent, they can't go back to college. Any football player who signed a contract with a pro sports league, so even if it's like the CFL, the UCFS, any of them, they cannot come back. And then anyone who was on officially a professional roster. So anyone who was in the preseason for one of the NFL teams, they cannot come back. Now the SEC also came out with their own rules because the SEC was the conference that was at the center.
The so-called Conference of Champions.
Yeah, so the SEC, they met with the presidents, the chancellors, and the athletic directors of the conference, and they will enforce the policy. Previously declared for the NFL, NBA, or WNBA draft and did not appropriately withdraw. Signed a contract with an NFL or any other professional league, football league, NBA, G League, or WNBA affiliate team, or have been listed on an NFL, NBA, G League, or WNBA roster. This is authorized by the commissioner. So, like, and then we know the Sun Belt has. So I'm glad that we have gotten this out in front to be like, hey, you cannot be on this roster. So all them players who just declared, who just sued, technically you're now banned.
I wonder if Wright was going to make the he was going to, I don't know if he would have made the Browns
He probably
roster.
would have, because Quinshon Judkins is still hurt. He's not fully 100%. He probably would have made the roster. But he got somebody in his ear being like, you can make more money in college. Not only can you make more money in college, you can play guaranteed. You probably would have played guaranteed with this damn roster.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't so so I was just first off, a little side question. I wonder if those rulings, this is very random, if they apply to semi-pro football.
Yeah. They said any professional league. Okay. So that means, like I said, like UCFS, CFL, like any of those alternative leagues outside of the NFL. Essentially, they're like, no, you can't come back. Essentially, once you graduate and say, hey, or once you say, I'm leaving the program, and they write those emotional letters that their agents write to be like, enjoy my time here, but it's time.
I really love my time here. I really love serving the community. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, that. So essentially, it's like you can't, once you do that, but you know how some guys like say that and then they test the waters and it's like, oh no, like I'm definitely not gonna get drafted. I'm gonna just be like, okay, I'm kidding, I'm coming back. If you don't withdraw, you will be like it again. This shouldn't be a rule. It shouldn't be a rule. We shouldn't have to say this.
And I'm just seeing now with Wright, with the our guy who tried to go to LSU. In this Yahoo Sports article, Autumn quoted here and saying anything's possible as he is now a NFL free agent. Given the timing, even if Wright signs with an NFL team, it is highly unlikely he will be on a 53-man roster.
Mm-hmm.
So he practice squad or his football career might be done just by him taking this stupid risk.
His football career is 100% over. Any of these players that were involved in this whole thing, their football careers, any basketball players that are involved in this, it's over.
Yeah, it's done.
It's done because why are you going backwards? What is the point of like I said the other day? I loved college. I'm a grown adult. I would actually tear my teeth out of my head than go back to college. I had the worst anxiety in my life. I still think I have a paper due. Sometimes I wake up in a cold sweat being like, I have something to do, don't I? I don't have something to do. Have you ever woken up in a cold sweat after having a dream about college, being like, I definitely have a paper that still due, and I didn't know about it. Don't I have a paper? That's how much anxiety college will give you. Like, y'all don't understand.
Man, I have put in so much work, mad dash in the 11:59
Yeah.
papers. Hey, you got to 11:59 to turn in a paper, get it in. That 10 and 11 o'clock hour. I used to drink a lot of stuff, and like in those papers at 11 o'clock started flowing.
I know,
out of nowhere, and I was one of those ones. I would, hey, you got a paper due in like 3 weeks. All right, I'll get to it. I'll get to it, and then the first day, I'll set up the document. And what do? We put our name down and the date, the name of the class, save, and don't even touch it until the final day.
Literally. So imagine that. And like as an adult, you're in your bed, you're sleeping, and you're like, I 100% have something due, because it's like you start to get that feeling of like, oh, my life is really free right now and there's nothing going on. But in the back of your head, this is what college does to you. Like, I want people to understand this is what college does to you, not your job. Your college does this to you.
And what grown adult wants to like
go
eat
backward.
dinner every day at your student union?
Oh my God.
Like, are you kidding me? And from a business standpoint, all right, let's look at some of these companies. It's like, okay, you're going to spend money on whatever player you want to spend your money on. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
How does it sound? Former NFL player, insert name here, now a member of this college. Former NFL player, former NBA player, now represented back in college. Like, for the same sport. Like, what are we doing? Like, we're not talking like J.R. Smith finishing an NBA career and, hey, I'm going back to, get a master's or something. I'm going to try out golf.
Well,
we're not talking about that.
He didn't even go to college because he got drafted straight out of high school. So it's not like that. And J.R. Smith didn't even play basketball. He literally went and played a whole nother sport.
Yeah, a whole different sport. You do a different sport, you do whatever you want, but it non-contact, right? It has to be that. Why do I have a feeling Lane Kiffin's going to be one and done at LSU?
100%.
Why do I have a feeling it will not work out for him at LSU?
Yeah, when we come back from the break, we'll talk about the three-headed monster that is actually at LSU. Because Will Wade, Kim Mulkey, and Lane Kiffin is a terrible combination of anything. And I'll tell you about Kim Mulkey and what she did and how she is still a certified evil witch. I'm just letting you know. She's certified evil witch. And I'll let you know after the break. You guys are watching this here on the Inside Edge Network. We'll be back.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Get off the phone, Autumn. Get off the phone. Don't text that guy.
No.
I'm kidding.
No. Welcome back.
About anybody, but
no. First of all, I'm not texting a person. I'm not texting a soul. No, I need to heal myself. Okay. Anyway,
we should have an alarm after every. Don't do this, but we should have an alarm after every break. Get off the phone, Autumn.
Anyway, let's talk about the three-headed monster that's invaded Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Will Wade, Lane Kiffin, and Kim Mulkey.
Hold up, you couldn't get better pictures? Oh my goodness. Oh, man.
I think this is real representative of who all three of these people are. Okay.
All
right. If you don't know, these three are the three-headed monster of LSU right now. Lane Kiffin, head of the football program. Will Wade, head of the men's basketball program. Kim Mulkey, head of the women's college basketball program. Somehow Kim Mulkey also is the most successful of the three because she has a national championship. I don't even know how to explain these three. Lane Kiffin, we already just talked about him. Will Wade was the head coach of LSU from 2017 to 2022. Then he took the job at McNeese. Then he was at NC State. He said, I'm going to be at NC State forever. That's my thing. Leaves them after a year and gets hired back at LSU. Kim Mulkey.
Man, with all honor. How about that?
Kim Mulkey, though. Kim Mulkey takes the cake, y'all. I don't think y'all understand. This lady, I know I talked about Gino Auriemma and how hard on players he is and how I think he's super disrespectful. And yeah, Kyle, I think he's super disrespectful. I think making somebody almost quit is kind of crazy. And that's not toughness to me, okay? Making one of your players almost quit in the middle of a season is not tough. But Kim Mulkey is a level of evil that y'all do not understand, okay?
Even beyond the suits, the shiny suits.
Even beyond the terrible jackets, the suits, she is an evil that y'all do not understand, okay? Kim Mulkey, this is a very recent story, has a player on LSU's roster whose father is fighting the war in Ukraine. This girl's from Ukraine. She came to America. She's by herself. Her father is fighting in Ukraine. Just overall sad story. This past season, Kim Mulkey decides to recruit a player from Russia. Think about what I just said. She decides to recruit a player from Russia. The player from Ukraine obviously is like, yeah, no, not messing with this. Don't want to. Her and Kim Mulkey had several conversations, and that player from Ukraine is now transferring out of LSU. And Kim Mulkey came out and was like, yeah, we had a lot of tough conversations, but this is her decision. Yeah, Kim, I think I would understand why. Like, Kim Mulkey will take 2 steps forward with the way she treats her players. Like, we know Angel Reese loves her. We know Flage loves her. We know that she's supportive. And then when Brittany Griner's in jail, they'll ask Kim Mulkey, do you have any words of encouragement? And she'll say absolutely nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, she had nothing.
And it's like, she takes 2 steps forward to move 2 steps back. Like, I don't think y'all understand, that lady is evil. Like, evil personified.
Yeah, and the player here, Kate Covell. Well, of course, the page refreshes on me. Kate Covell.
Yeah.
Covell.
Mm-hmm.
Transfer last year, and is anticipated to be a starting center for LSU. Mm-hmm. And I think every college coach has a responsibility to obviously enhance their team, but most importantly, be supportive and be leaders to the team that they already have. And I get, business is business, but there's a level of respect that has to come with it. And if you don't show that, and I get it, it's 2026. Almost everything now beyond family is probably family and friends, close friends, is probably transactional, and it shouldn't be that way.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't be that way with especially with basketball, with your team. Like, you got players on your team already. It's like, obviously this doesn't make sense. And the hard conversations, Autumn, you know how they went. Mm-hmm. The hard conversations was, I understand. But I anticipate it was very condescending. It was, oh, I hear you, but I'm not going to change a thing. And you go suck it up and you go like it, or you can leave.
That's exactly what it is, because Kim Mulkey, like I said, she'll do things. Well, she'll be like 2 steps ahead, right? And you'll be like, damn it, Kim, like, I don't want to like you, but sometimes you get me there. And then she'll do something like this, and you're like, you know what, Kim, you are just like the worst. Like, she'll do something that I'll be like, you know what, I gotta be on your side, Kim, for this one. But then she'll just do something like, ugh, like, you're just ugh. Like, ugh. Now, mind you, she's not even the worst. Like, when I tell you women's college, look, we're about to talk about women's athletics for a while here. By the way, to follow up our story from yesterday, Enes Kanter is now banned from the Chicago Skies Arena.
Good. Hopefully the news we hear tomorrow is that he's banned from all WNBA arenas and all WNBA competition.
Well, that means if Kathy decides to buck up and like put her big girl panties on, yeah, hopefully.
If she wants. I know we have people on the people on our airwaves. Maybe, maybe they could be working together, which I don't buy that. That's not good business. But yeah, you just gotta, it's not hard. I mean, you got both basketball leagues, both of them, NBA and WNBA, have done a terrible job with PR. The whole point of public relations is for you to own the story
Mm-hmm.
and own the conversation. The entire point of PR is to lay down the foundation, lay down your rules, own public relations, and move on with your day. And both leagues have failed miserably. Both of them have failed miserably in PR training. Like, this is not enough.
No, this is for real.
Like, just being banned from Chicago Sky home game. All right, fine. What's their next road game? He'll go there.
Yeah, he'll probably go to Indiana the next time they're in Indiana. Like, he's a nuisance. And when I say other NBA players are all coming out and saying, bro, when Kyle Kuzma is one of the corniest people alive. When he says, bro, this is corny, like, come on.
And that's why you gotta just like, oh, I'll give you a date right now, Autumn.
Give me a date.
This Saturday, the Chicago Sky, they play at New York.
He's gonna try to go to Barclays Center.
Yeah, he'll be like, that's the media capital of the world, New York City.
Him and Royce White are definitely gonna try.
And it's nationally televised. It's on CBS Saturday afternoon. If I had loads of money to bet, I would bet he'll be there on Saturday in New York City.
Yeah.
Unless the WNBA steps in and nip this thing in the bud. Like, dude, you're banned from all games. Like, this is not enough. You are banned from all games. That's it. You want to make a mockery out of my business, out of our league, you can't come to the games.
It's just, yeah. It's one of those things now where, like I said, this league, they got to change. They got to change something. We have to change something. We have to. Again, I want to reiterate to you guys, there are 0 trans people in any sort of professional sports league in America. There are 0 trans women. There are 0 trans men in any professional league in America. He's doing this as a grift. He wants your attention. He wants to make money. That is the only reason why he is doing this. He has no good intentions. He is not trying to protect women. He's doing this to make money so you can give him his clicks. Give him his clicks. Whatever. No. Just no.
Yes, but he's also applying for a job at Fox News, which again, do what you want, do what you want. But if I'm the WNBA, on top of everything else, why are you not rolling out an aggressive PR marketing campaign highlighting all of the good that's been going on in the league, highlighting, all these players, Kelsey Mitchell and Caitlin Clark and all these other, Angel Reese. Angel Reese just had a rebound. I know it could be controversial, but it happened. Angel Reese had a rebound record. Caitlin Clark had a 3-point record. Why is the WNBA not getting out in front? They have 3,000 media partners. Why are they not going to CBS and NBC and ABC and Ion Television, whatever, going to these networks and saying, we have a marketing campaign, we're going to highlight our players and their recent success. This is why you should come to the games. Like the NBA, we both grew up on the NBA. I love this game campaign.
Yes.
That was my introduction to the NBA as a child was the whole marketing campaign. I love this game. I didn't care that the NBA was not seeing the same success because Michael Jordan retired from the league. That marketing campaign of I love this game made me a fan of Kobe Bryant and Shaq and Tim Duncan and Dirk Nowitzki and Steve Nash and all these other guys, even the Pistons. Like, hey, these are cool superstars. Like, these are cool guys in the league. Me as a child, I have to watch them play because their marketing is encouraging me to watch them play. Where is that for this league?
Man, I don't know. I don't know what this league has got going on. We could do a full show on the NBA's terrible
I
play.
hate when businesses do stupid things and get in their own way.
Yes.
I hate it. That's why Autumn, that's why this Brown story, we're not going there tonight, but that's the other reason why the Brown story has been infuriating, because you have, like, sometimes businesses, in terms of elevating themselves, sometimes they're marketing layups and they blow it. And I'm watching the WNBA with 3,000 media outlets. They're having their most watched season, the most amount of stars in the league, and they're blowing it. And it's their fault.
Because it's one person. Because of Kathy.
Yeah.
Kathy Engelbert.
Yeah. In Autumn, it's nobody else's fault. It ain't even Ernest Cantor's fault. They have no one else to blame for their shortcomings than themselves.
Look, I've been talking about this for a year. Kathy Engelbert is the reason why this league can't be successful, because she's not a good leader. She is constantly undermining her own players. When she needs to step in, she won't step in. When she doesn't need to step in, she'll step in. And it's just like, girl, pick and choose what you want to do. That's why she frustrates me, because I'm like, you are the governing body. Be the governing body and do something. This person has been making your league look crazy for the last 2 weeks. But all right, good spiral and bad spiral. Double A. First off, good spiral. We have to shout out Martin Allen Wims. He is the offensive coordinator for the games for the Akron Zips. If you guys don't know, the Akron Zips decided for one of the games, you will be the offensive coordinator. Shout out to Martin Allen Wims II.
Hey, congrats, Martin. Congrats. Get that game plan working against Robert Morris. Get that game plan going.
But Double A, I have to tell you, the bad spiral, just prepare yourself. All right. Now, Target, I'm going to just say this. Target, I haven't shopped at your store in over a year, even though I did have to DoorDash underwear because I forgot when I was in Salem a year ago. That's the only time I've ever shopped at Target, okay?
Right? You needed to shop at Target for draws. Okay, we got it.
Right? Target, every time I can tell, they 2 steps forward, something moves them 3 steps back. So they apologized today for a children's clown costume. The backlash is, and they said, and I quote, "As a company, we know we got this wrong and we are deeply sorry. The costume is offensive and should never have been a part of our assortment. It is no longer available for sale." Do you want to see what this costume looks like?
Yeah, let's see it.
This is the children's costume that Target was selling. What is going on?
I have nothing for you. I have nothing. I'm sure there's some variation of that at Spirit Halloween.
Again, they had to come out and say, you know what? We are sorry. We did not mean to do this. That's my bad spiral.
I ain't got no analysis for you on that one. No, I got nothing for you.
When I tell you, I saw a creator on TikTok post a video about it, and I looked, I was like, what could be so bad? And then she showed the picture. I said, oh my God, this is worse than what I've ever seen. Yeah.
I got nothing for you on that. I'm running on 6 cups of coffee today. I got nothing for you.
Yes. Okay. So we're about to switch over. Kyle Cornell coming up next with Unfiltered. He'll give you all his unfiltered thoughts. Tomorrow, I'll be running solo. I'll give you all the upcoming Disney MCU news, and I'll go into a mini spiral, and I'll even talk about Lanterns. I'll watch the first 2 episodes and give you my thoughts on how they may have recovered the Green Lantern's cinematic legacy from whatever that shit show was from Ryan Reynolds. Okay.
We'll get forward to it.
Yes, you'll get my thoughts tomorrow. Again, I'll be flying solo. Kyle Cornell is here up next, and then of course you'll see Double A again at 11:30. He'll share his thoughts on all things sports. But any more thoughts, Double A, before we bring Kyle in here?
I'm just happy you no longer refer to my show as a crack show. I told you my show is very educational.
Hey, you got recognized today.
I did it. I did it at the gym today. I did. We got a fan of the InsideEdge Network at the gym.
Yeah, so you bring Kyle in here.
He can't believe it. Kyle can't believe it. I have fans.
You know, that's the one thing you need is a boost to your ego. There you go. God.
I'm going to take the next 2 hours to enjoy my new fan.
Hey, yeah, the next 2.5 hours, I want you to give me an in-depth analysis on that Target Halloween costume and get back to me, all right, buddy? What the hell was that?
I'm leaving the stream. I got nothing for you, buddy.
Hey, I got it in the rundown. We're going to talk about it later. I mean, we're going to try to. It's just, it's unbelievable. I just couldn't help but laugh. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Jeez. Have a great show, buddy.
I'll do my best. Everybody, welcome in Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on the InsideEdge Network. So happy that you're with us. I'm going to do the old switcheroo of the studios, and there we are. Want to thank you so much for joining us here on your Tuesday, August 25th, 2026. We start the program today on a bit of a somber note. Tough passing today in the world of music, entertainment, and overall just a really good person. I think that no one is without flaws, but Dolly Parton tried to make sure that she did everything she could for a lot of people. The country music icon, again, as being described as soaring vibrato vocals, poignant songwriting, and sparkling costumes, defining her rise from a log cabin in Tennessee in the mountains to the height of stardom and acclaim, passing away at 80 years old. Today, her nephew, Brian Seaver, revealed the news in a Facebook video. Quote, "It is an honor that is mixed with absolute pride and great sadness, but sadness lies with us, not with Dolly." He spoke highly of his aunt, explaining that she opened doors for everybody around her. You can find a bunch about this. Parton also shared an update on her health this past Friday, acknowledging her recent decline after the March 2025 death of her husband, Carl Dean. So she had been unfortunately trending in the wrong direction health-wise for quite some time now, and it's a sad story to report. You can, like I said, you can look it up for yourself, all the different places and things she donated to, and the impact she had on not only obviously the entertainment community and the music community, the people that she worked with. She put out a rock album within the past year or so, or whatever it was. Like it goes beyond that. The philanthropist, the entertainer, the performer that was Dolly Parton, passing away today at the age of 80. Again, a sad story to start. But with that, we will pause for station identification, our station network identification, rather, and then we'll get the full show going, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, here on your Tuesday. Back after this.
Let's go.
Welcome to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, Cleveland's digital leader for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget, follow the show on Facebook, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, and on X at Unfiltered216.
is right, everyone. Welcome in Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Tuesday, August 25th, 2026. So happy you are with us here on the program. As always, do not forget, like, subscribe, punch that notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all the different social media platforms you see right there, bottom of your screen. YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and everything in between. Check out the website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, a one-stop shop for you when it comes to everything that we do here. Everything from personality profiles, the full show rundown of weekly and daily shows, so you know exactly when and who is on the network. You can also check out the partners page, get those discounts on the different merch, of course, and the different things that we and our partners provide, the discount codes, Daily Rose Fragrances, to everything else, Fanatics links, all that good stuff right there at your fingertips. And also the merchandise store, too. And plus, you can take us anywhere. Big thank you to Roku. You can download our app over on the Roku app. Just search Inside Edge Network inside that Roku app, whether it is again on your TV, on your phone, your laptop, your tablet, does not matter. You can take us anywhere. A big thank you to Roku for working with us here at the Inside Edge Network. Boy, howdy, do we have a bunch to get into today. We're going to have an update on the Fairview teachers and union situation. We got obviously some issues, as you guys just heard, with Target. We'll talk about them here shortly. Got a lot of video and thoughts on the now essentially turning viral wedding that wasn't in Westlake, near Northeast Ohio, west of Cleveland, that just took off. Multiple arrests, people involved. We got all that great stuff. Can't wait to get in that. Alliance schools, still south of Cleveland, dealing with some money issues. LeBron is in the news and not for signing with a team. He's already done that. He's about his other passion that he's found in the last year, golf. And it involves the city of Akron. We'll talk about that too. And a real special moment from a high school football team in Alabama that you are going to want to see and hear about, because this was a long time coming. They broke a record that a lot of people never thought was going to happen, but it did, and they broke it. We'll talk about that later in the program here on Unfiltered. But first, we got to get into a situation involving school bus drivers. It is our lead story today. And the shortage, not only in the state of Ohio, but here in Northeast Ohio, continues with bus drivers not being able to get hired in. Again, Ohio districts employ roughly 19,000 bus drivers, but continue facing persistent shortages, according to the state's Pupil Transportation Work Group, which convened by this legislature to study the issue. A 2026 state survey finding districts only filled an average of 14.7% of vacant driving positions last fiscal year, with 34 districts filing 10% or fewer. Yikes. Separate survey of 183 Ohio districts found that of 18% of routes were left uncovered or doubled up daily or several times a week, with driver absences hitting an all-time high at 58% on some days in some districts. More than 2/3 of those districts have consolidated or delayed routes because of it. Really affected us in Northeast Ohio too. Independence School Superintendent Kelly Kogan saying the district limped by last year, doubling up routes and running late pickups and drop-offs. 2 drivers retired at the end of last school year, and the district didn't have enough replacements. Led to the district to cut high school students from its bus routes entirely. Crazy to think about that. This happened across multiple Northeast Ohio districts right now as classes resume this week. Again, my son goes back tomorrow. I know a lot of people had kids go back today or yesterday or whatever it was. I mean, it's crazy to think about. Again, so I guess the thing we try to figure out now is the root issue. Why is this happening? Besides the fact that kids are absolutely nuts on these buses. But we come up with a few bullet points here to kind of figure out what it is. Aging driver workforce. The average age of bus drivers in the state of Ohio, 58, with retirements outpacing new hires. Thanks. Split shift schedules, morning, afternoon only, with unpaid gaps in between, make the job unattractive compared to other CDL work. So again, you could go be an actual driver, or you could be a local driver, or whatever it is, and get paid for the entire day, or you could work essentially part-time for a school district. Even if you pick up shifts, you're still not probably getting a full-time paid, salary, so to speak. Low pay relative to the CDL requirement and the stress of driving a bus full of kids. Again, having coached seventh graders and even the bus rides with that, I get it. Like it can be a lot. Like, and that was only with about 14 kids, 15 kids, whatever it was on certain days. But still, like, yeah, it can be a bit of a problem. All those kids on there. And again, just the misbehaving and all that stuff. Districts need roughly a 15% substitute pool just to cover normal daily absence rates. And most can't get there. Again, just no one willing to take these jobs, honestly. Ohio's universal voucher expansion also could be a wrinkle in all this. It means districts must still bus private and charter students, even while cutting bus service for their own public high schoolers to make the numbers work. Some districts have swapped high schoolers to city transit passes instead of buses, a workaround that's now facing legal challenges in places like Dayton. Could you imagine? Hey, Charlie, listen, I know you got your first day of freshman year today, but instead of taking a school bus, I need you to hop on the BRT. Oh my goodness. It's wild. 2021 state law also fines districts for chronically late or missed bus service. Columbus alone was fined over $11 million last year and is contesting it in court. That's a real financial stakes situation. And again, that's a warning shot for Northeast Ohio school districts too, because I mean, that's a huge penalty to have to eat and consider. Uh, Again, a timely story just because, like I said, school's back in session. We're getting back into this groove of things, and the gap is alarming. I've had a couple parents tell me to this point, even already, we're only on Tuesday night, guys, that they already had a bus that was 45 minutes late. They had all these things going on already in the school year. Like it's insane. If they're not doubling up on routes or whatever it is, I mean, there's some kids that just won't be able to take the bus. And some kids, they only live a short amount of distance from the school, especially if you're in high school or even honestly middle school. I used to walk home middle school sometimes if I had to too. um, there's things where okay, you can make it work, whatever it is. I think I lived within 2 miles when I went to Parma schools, of the middle school and the high school, so I was not eligible to be bused. But also I never really wanted to anyway. I kind of just wanted to do my own thing, or I'd bum a ride off somebody or whatever. If I didn't feel like walking or riding the bike that day or whatever. I mean, think about this. Like, again, I don't know the numbers as far as how much the average bus driver makes, but it's not much. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not much. And if you're not working distant hours, it's a reason why, again, average age 58. This is something that most people that are either semi-retired or retired and just trying to make a little bit of extra money will do. And if they get tired of it, they get fed up or whatever it is, it's too much because they're working more than they intended, then they'll just leave. They'll retire. They'll fully retire and say we're done. We're not doing this anymore. I'm curious to know if there's a way to get younger people potentially potentially into this field. And it may mean possibly, hey, you need full-time bus drivers. I know like for a situation like Parma Schools has vocational programs. They did. I don't know if I mean, they probably still do because Valley Forge and Normandy are still around and they still have different things. But we got bussed in the middle of the day. End of third period, going into fourth, I got bussed back to Parma. Vice versa. At the end of the day, I would get bussed back to Parma after being at Normandy at the end of the day when I was a junior. I mean, there are ways obviously to work through this, and there are ways to get again. You just almost have to look at this and say, hey, we have to increase pay. We have to give more people a reason to want to do this. And then also, again, it's the behavior on buses. There was a while there where when I was doing news where I felt like every other week I was seeing a story about a misbehaving kid on a bus or someone going crazy on the bus or whatever it is, causing this huge thing. The bus driver having to stop, pull over, or get in trouble because they yelled at the kids or whatever it was. Like, what is the answer? If you like, it, feel free to shoot it in the comments because I don't. But with school starting up and a lot of issues, and a lot of people wondering, like, okay, what are we doing? Like, why can I not have my son or daughter go on this bus? Or why is the bus 45 minutes late? I had that story today. Someone told me about that. It's like, oh, wow, okay. The first day of school, it's 45 minutes late. The very first day. Not, hey, we're not a couple months in, fatigue, whatever, it's a call off, whatever it is. The first day of school. And there's already issues for a Northeast Ohio school district that I won't name. But still, golly. Maybe y'all know. Feel free to leave a comment. Message us unfiltered 216 on X, as well as unfiltered with Kyle Cornell over on Facebook. First break of the program, guys. When we come back, oh my goodness, we got some stuff we got to talk about. Fairview, the teachers, the union, not able to come to an agreement. Remember, that contract expired for the teachers back on June 30th. So we'll talk about kind of what happened and where things stand. We'll get into this Target Halloween costume. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Almost as crazy as that is as crazy as Lake Ontario for now. Yeah, if President Trump has his way, it's going to be named something different real soon. Also, coming up later in the program, too, this wedding fight that happened in Westlake. We're going to dive into that. We got video from law enforcement, security footage, all that great stuff. A couple arrests were made during all of this. Alliance schools south of Cleveland, excuse me, dealing with issues. LeBron back in the news, but not for basketball, for golf. We'll explain. And a special moment for a high school football team that's been going through a lot. You think the Browns have had it bad? These guys, they've been going through it, but they got through it this past Friday. We'll explain coming up here on Unfiltered. Don't forget, end of the program, the viral video of the night. All that and more on the way here on Unfiltered, all along the Inside Edge Network. We are back after this. Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, exclusively on the Inside Edge Network. Make sure to like, subscribe, and punch that notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all our social media platforms.
Welcome back in, everyone. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Tuesday, August 25th, 2026. As always, so happy you're with us here on the program. A lot still to get into. And first, an update involving the teachers and the union over in Fairview. No deal was reached yesterday. We had mentioned they had talks into the evening hours, but nothing has come through. The Fairview Park Teachers Union representatives and Board of Education officials continued negotiations for hours and hours yesterday, but nothing got done. Again, the reminder and why this is so crazy to think about, the contract for the teachers expired on June 30th. They've been working without a deal, without a contract, getting everything ready for the school year, still attending classes as of this week, doing everything, and working without a contract right now. Again, according to Fairview Park Education Association, these latest talks led to some progress, which is good, but FPEA is disappointed that the board failed to address the most important issues. Quote, this is from Megan Friends, spokesperson for the FPEA. Our student success is our top priority in our classrooms and at the bargaining table, rather. We are fighting for manageable class sizes and balanced teaching prep assignments so we can meet each student's individual needs. We are advocating for the conditions needed to attract and retain the very best educators to serve our students so we can deliver the great education they deserve. And again, if you guys need a refresher here, the FPEA represents approximately 110 members, including teachers, counselors, school psychologists, and speech and language pathologists across the Fairview Park City School District. Negotiations began back in April, believe it or not, but failed to progress, according to the FPEA. This left members working under an expired collective bargaining agreement for months here. No future bargaining dates have been set as of this evening. So we have no idea what's going on. Friends said if the two sides cannot agree to a contract, they cannot rule out voting on a 10-day strike notice. However, Friends did say that's the absolute last resort. There's been a lot of good faith negotiations been happening essentially really since April, but especially since June. The end of June, when their deal initially expired. But we need the board to return to the table to collaborate on these issues that will make a difference in our students' education. We know these are not easy issues to address, so we have faith that together we can find solutions which will benefit our students and our community. I will be saying this, and I should be saying this much about this whole situation involving Fairview Schools and the union. I've seen negotiations with school districts and teacher unions and all this stuff, and it gets really messy. at least publicly, both sides have been able to keep this pretty damn clean. I'll give them both credit. I mean, it looks like they both genuinely want to get something done. There's obviously some tough things that you just heard that are not super easy just to fix at the drop of a hat. It takes time, it takes patience, and it takes both sides willing to move a little bit on certain things. And it seems, at least for now, like, hey, they don't want to strike. They really don't want to do that. Uh, I'm sure the school board and everyone and all that included too doesn't want that to happen. So, but hey, I give a lot of credit to the union and I give a lot of credit to the Fairview School District for staying really professional and not there's no this is ridiculous and they're doing this and that or whatever. And I've seen the people like everything school board members or ever come out and just bash the unions or whatever it is. No, everyone's like, "Hey, we really wanna get this done. We're just still kind of apart, and, we're all in good faith here just trying to keep moving forward the best we can." So, not mad at it. Actually, it's crazy what happens when it feels like there's communication, even if you're not agreeing on something yet, that there is still some sort of communication involved. I think other school districts should kinda look at this model, look at what's going on right now, and again, it can change, it all can. But for right now, and be like, "Hey, feels like they're in a pretty good spot." You know who's not in a pretty good spot right now? Target. Oh my goodness. I debated pulling this picture, but we're going to throw it up on the screen anyway. There he is. What were they thinking? Target apologizing for a costume it now calls offensive. It's no longer selling the kids' glow under blacklight circus clown Halloween costume. That sounds like you would buy it in the third row on a hanger at Spirit Halloween, but nevertheless, it was sold at Target. Quote, and this is the statement from Target, an apology from us. We removed an offensive Halloween costume that should have never been part of our assortment. It is no longer for sale. As a company, we got this wrong, and we are deeply sorry. We know this is especially hurtful for our Black guests, team members, and partners. Removing the costume is an important first step, and we are looking closely at how this happened and what needs to change to ensure this won't happen again. In photos of the kids' glow under blacklight circus clown costume that you see there, a young black boy modeled the outfit, which featured a black and orange printed bodysuit and hood with an exaggerated smile and mini top hat. Critics and most people with common sense said the costume is racist and evokes blackface and minstrel imagery. Target has faced criticism for backtracking on diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts after President Trump's second election into office. Not as concerned about the President Trump side of things, is more a fact like this is kind of obvious. Like, and again, I'm not a historian when it comes to black culture, all that stuff too, but some things it's like, yeah, it doesn't really look right. And just seeing the picture out of context, I'm like, probably not the best. Probably not that good. Would do that. Don't know how long it was up. Uh Again, we're not even in September yet, so it's still very early in the shopping for Halloween costume season. My son wants to be Darth Vader. I've got the suit in the cart on Amazon, just waiting for the next round of paychecks to be able to get that. But people around this time trying to find deals, whatever it is, they see something like that. It's like, I know. Don't get me wrong. I've never pigeonholed Target as the go-to for Halloween costume purchasing. Maybe people buy candy there. I don't know. Personally, I've never. The only time I've ever shopped at Target is when my son's gotten a gift card for Christmas or his birthday. We go there and get him toys. Like that's pretty much the only time I really shop at Target because I'm not a 19-year-old female. But nevertheless, here we are. Yikes. That was rough. That was. You know what else is rough? We get a name change? Yeah. According to President Trump, we just might. With his trade war with Canada intensifying, President Trump floating the idea of renaming Lake Ontario to become Lake America. Remember the Gulf of Mexico? Me neither. America's northern neighbors quickly panned the idea. Oh my goodness. 19 News got this from the AP from it's the Associated Press. This is a direct quote from someone who was walking their dog in the lakefront of Lake Erie, an Ontario resident. Quote, he can blow out his hole as much as he wants to, but it's never going to happen because Canadians are strong. Patricia Wiseman was there for that. It may be more complicated than that. President Trump has wide latitude over how U.S. government recognizes geographic places and landmarks, but he cannot force Canada or individual citizens on either side of the border to follow his preferred naming conventions. Of course, his latest branding idea, reminiscent of the move to rechristen the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America, highlights how much rhetoric and trade policy have sundered the previously warm relationship between Washington and Ottawa. Quote, I believe the American people love us and we love them, Wiseman said. They're going through as much turmoil as we are. Hopefully one day we can reunite. Trump introduced the idea of renaming the easternmost area of the Great Lakes hours before Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's scheduled announcement of reciprocal tariffs on U.S. imports into his country. The United States, quote, is giving serious consideration to changing the name of Lake Ontario to Lake America, and that we don't expect to doing much business with Ontario any longer. That's a Truth Social post from the president. The White House followed later in the day by posting on social media a toy Lego map of the U.S. labeling the Gulf of Mexico with Trump's preferred name, Gulf of America, as well. It's kind of a big deal because right now, again, the U.S. and Canada, which share borders, of course, along the Great Lakes, including Lake Ontario, are locked in an extended trade dispute, with the Trump administration imposing 50% tariffs on $20 billion worth of Canadian goods over the weekend after talks between the countries broke down. That ratcheted up lower tariffs that Trump imposed in 2025, shortly after his second presidency began. Trump has also threatened new 50% tariffs on Canadian vehicles, auto parts, and steel, while Carney said U.S. trade demands showed that Washington wanted to, quote, destroy our major industries, including auto, steel, and aluminum. The official U.S.-Canada border stretches across the water between Lake Ontario's northern and southern shores. The body of water forms much of the New York State's coastline and separates Buffalo from Toronto, the capital of the province of Ontario. Of course, Toronto is Canada's most populous city, and Ontario, its most populous province, rather. Ontario also the single largest export destination for more than a dozen U.S. states. I don't think this is going to happen, but if it does, it's amazing what can be an issue in 2026 instead of other important stuff like, hey, can I not pay $4.50 per gallon of gas anymore? We figure that out. Like, can I grocery shop this week, or am I not going to be able to afford it? That kind of thing. It's just those certain things that take precedent over. Well, here's a petty jab here. Here's a petty jab there. Care about the name on a lake. Come on. Oh, it's insane. Another break here on Unfiltered, guys. Hey, when we come back, I got to get into this Westlake wedding. We got videos. We got receipts. I'll tell you what, it was wild. It's going viral. It's not our viral video of the night, but it's pretty damn close. We'll dive into that next here on Unfiltered, all along the Inside Edge Network. Don't touch your screen, your dial, wherever you have us. Stay with us. Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Let's go.
Welcome back to Unfiltered, your destination for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget to check out our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, to learn more about all of our shows, personalities, and buy some merch too while you're at it.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Tuesday, August 25th, 2026. Again, as always, so happy you're with us here on the program. Don't forget, coming up at 10 o'clock tonight, Inside Edge Prime Time, Chad, Eli, and the gang get you rolling through 11:30 with Midnight Run with AA Anthony Alford, the best block of content you can take in right here at the Inside Edge Network from 8 to 1 a.m. every single weeknight. We got you guys covered right here at the Inside Edge. Speaking of getting them covered, they had to take multiple police departments, but they did. Did you see this crazy situation involving this wedding? I got 3 videos to play for you guys. We'll obviously come back, we'll comment, and we'll read more about it when it's all said and done. But this was a crazy scene that happened at the La Center Banquet Facility over on Detroit Road in Westlake. Friday night, a wedding, essentially a reception afterwards that just got extremely crazy. Here's the first video that was taken from inside the center. Oh my God! Oh my God! Yeah, your eyes weren't deceiving you. That was a butter knife. Again, we'll dive deeper into that in 1 second. Here's the video that was captured right outside the front doors when all the melee and all the craziness was going on. Outside. Yeah, got a little crazy, a little pushing, a little shoving. We're gonna get into the full details of everything we know now here in a few minutes, or in a few seconds, I should say. But first, last video of the trio. This is from an officer body cam when he showed up at the scene right outside of the center.
Everybody go. Police report. I need a police report, please.
All right, we'll get you a police report.
Yes.
All right. Who is this? Who is this between?
It's between four brothers.
Okay, and you?
And me, they jump. I one of them with the glasses right there. He's on right there with the black.
Okay.
He's right there. And
Hey.
bring me the police.
Listen.
He attacked us. This one too.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
He's nervous because
I got you.
No, there's no nervous. There's no nervous.
Hey, I'm telling you right now, stay over here, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
We were dancing and four brothers jumped on us.
I got
That's
you.
it.
All right.
Yeah, crazy scene. So let's dive into the details because this is getting a lot of attention right now. Alcohol not blamed for this. Though often police do say that when there is a brawl at a wedding or a reception, that's usually one of the big reasons why, but not in this case. Westlake police say in this case, the fight was sparked by a history of hostilities between two families. The Capulets and the Montagues. Here we go. Investigators say a key piece of evidence was the video clip again that shows a chair being thrown and several men chasing after a wedding guest at the La Center banquet facility, as I mentioned, over on Detroit Road. You heard the guests screaming, "Oh my God, oh my God." It was a wild scene. Investigators said surveillance video from the center shows a large group of people pouring out of the building where the fight escalated between two groups of men. Quote, "We knew violence already happened from independent witnesses who called us, who said people were bloody. So we know there's already violence going on. We don't know if there's weapons." That from Westlake Police Captain Jerry Vogel, who talked with Fox 8 News here in Cleveland. Westlake Police called for mutual aid from Bay Village, Rocky River, and Fairview Park as well to come deal with this. The fight's still going on after they got calls when they showed up. That's a long time going back and forth. Again, paramedics were called to the scene after the injuries happened. Once police was there, this is over, and our officers make sure that this is over. They establish their presence, make sure that everyone knows the police are on the scene. This is done. That's Captain Vogel. Officers began gathering statements and learned that alcohol, again, not a factor, but bad blood between two families played a major role. Quote, "People who don't normally get together and have hostilities against each other got together for whatever reason. In this case, it was somebody's wedding. I don't know all the relationships that were involved, but when they got together, everything came back to the surface." Again, you saw the video on the police body camera too. The guy saying we were dancing and four brothers jumped on us. That's it. Investigators later determined that the violence was set into motion by the presence of a Cleveland man who said they violated a temporary protection order by showing up to the celebration. Say if you have a restraining order and you know you're not supposed to be somewhere where someone is, you probably shouldn't show up to that. Just saying. 47-year-old Ali Wadan was arrested and charged with violating the court order that had been granted by a judge to protect members of a family attending the wedding. Quote, "Under the law, if you see this person, even if you're there accidentally at the same time, you have to leave. It is your responsibility to leave. This person chose not to." That from Captain Vogel. If anyone had any doubt or any concern about what you actually need to do when there's a restraining order against you, hopefully you never have to have one filed. Everyone's good and peaceful, but still, if it does happen, you're not supposed to be there, even if it's an accident. You got to go. It's up to you to leave. Detectives say another guest, 46-year-old Raid Mahmoud Suleiman of Dearborn Heights, Michigan, was also arrested and charged with assault, inducing panic, and tampering with evidence for allegedly threatening other attendees with an unusual weapon that he discarded when police arrived. I mentioned it earlier. Quote, "He took it one step further and brandished an actual butter knife from a place setting, evidently, and was threatening people with the butter knife." Oh, my goodness. Investigators saying a third man, identified as 40-year-old Abdallah Wadan of Westlake, was charged with aggravated menacing for allegedly threatening to harm other guests at the wedding as well. Police said once the order was restored, the wedding celebration continued without any further interruptions. However, they point out that the actions of the suspects put a damper on what should have been a joyous night for the bride and groom. Quote, "Their wedding night gets ruined by some bad apples. People aren't going to talk about the wedding. They're going to talk about the melee that happened during the wedding. Hey, remember when I got married and like 45 people decided to start throwing hands? Great." The charges against 3 suspects are being filed in Rocky River Municipal Court. Police are recommending that the defendants have no contact with any of the alleged victims, obviously. Because the last time they tried talking, look what happened. It's insane. And again, it's not our viral video of the night, but like, what do we do? What like on all days of wedding too, one thing if you ran into him at Kroger or, at like a Heinen's or a Giant Eagle or something like that. And like, things get a little out of hand because you haven't seen each other and it's like, what the fuck or whatever it is. But at an event too, where people are trying to celebrate, something really special and spending the rest of their lives together. And it's the combining, the joining of families. It's supposed to be a fun, peaceful thing. You're supposed to dance. You're supposed to have a good time, whatever it is. Not usually me because I have 2 left feet and I'm too big. I look goofy as hell when I dance, but you get my point. Like, this kind of stuff can't happen. Like, come on. It's immature. It's sad. And charges. I mean, 3 people get arrested for this. People were bloody, getting treated. I mean, like, if I hear people are bloody, getting treated, and there was possibly arrest, that's supposed to be the bachelor party, not the wedding itself. Maybe I still have the hangover. Yeah, crazy scene. At least they got to finish the night. Hopefully they enjoyed it. The people that got married. Is not good. It's time for our final break here on Unfiltered, guys. When we come back, we got some news and notes. Another school district dealing with a tax issue. You got to hear what's happening in the Lions schools. LeBron making news, but it's not about basketball. It's also not about the I Promise school or his son or any of that stuff. It's a little different. It's about his most recent picked up hobby that he's really getting all in on. Talk about that and a special moment for a team, a high school football team in Alabama that you just have to hear about. I can only imagine what they were going through, but they stopped going through it this past Friday. We'll talk about all that, plus the unveiling of the viral video of the night. All that and more coming up here on Unfiltered all along the Inside Edge Network. We're back after these messages.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Eli Moon here, one half of Inside Edge Primetime, and that's right, Chad Bryan and myself, we're back tonight for a Tuesday edition of Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. So much to talk about. We'll talk about Jed York, the owner of the 49ers, and the leadership problem that has been going on in the offseason. Kyle Shanahan, Jed York, so much to talk about when it comes to the front office, the brass, shall we say, of the 49ers. We'll also talk about the Cleveland Guardians. They've won 6 out of 7 games. Yes, I get it's the Giants and the Rockies and a game against the Angels. But can the Guardians get some momentum going, even more so, get into October, punch their ticket to playoff baseball, and maybe make a run in the postseason? We'll talk about that. Of course, we have our Tuesday Top 5, and I'm excited for Tuesday Top 5. I know you all will enjoy it so much. And of course, we pay our respects, our tribute to the one and only Dolly Parton, a music legend and somebody that will be dearly missed by the entire world. So we'll talk about that all tonight here on Inside Edge Primetime, 10 o'clock. Chad and I will see you. We are so excited, so make sure you follow, like, subscribe at Inside Edge Net so you know when we're going live every single night. See you then.
So I just finished up my 9 to 5 and my workout. Completely forgot that I did not tape a promo for Midnight Run tonight. And I was just thinking about this, just thinking about my day job where we help different media companies, radio stations, sometimes TV stations, land sponsors. I was not aware that Dolly Parton had a children's hospital named after her in Nashville. And I did a request for her hospital for a station less than a month ago. So that's pretty crazy. Obviously, the news of her passing today, it hits. It really hits. She was absolutely a legend. In fact, in the music community, we've lost 2 legends on August 25th. Dolly Parton today, and 25 years ago, Aaliyah. We lost her August 25th, 2001. So that's absolutely crazy. But I was just thinking about that today. How I worked on that request. We got a great show for you coming up tonight on Midnight Run. We'll see you tonight at 11:30.
Small business owners are superheroes, but nowadays running your business means doing so inside your shop and on social media. That's why you should make Omega Video Marketing your sidekick. With a decade of content creation experience, I create dynamic, informative, and fun videos for your specific social needs that will increase brand awareness, get you more followers, and keep your social pages and websites current and fresh. I offer flexible pricing and turn times and will work with you to understand your brand and your story. All of that comes from the heart. My award-winning expertise is just the cherry on top. So let's get connected. After all, your brand is the alpha and my expertise is the omega.
Jeez, oh Pete! Can I please finish what I'm going to say? What the f***?
They love me here. They love me in Seattle. 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, right here on Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health, the Inside Edge Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Tuesday, August 25th, 2026, right here on the Inside Edge Network. So happy you, as always, are with us. Don't forget, coming up at 10 o'clock, Inside Edge Prime Time. Chad and Eli, I got the latest. You guys saw the promo. They got a lot of good stuff to get into tonight. Looking forward to the Dolly Parton tribute, by the way. It should be a great show for them. Some news and notes before we get to the viral video of the night here in our final segment. Alliance City Schools in the news. Not a good thing. There's a money issue involving them. Let's talk about it. Officials with the Alliance City School District, along with the auditor of state auditor's office, investigating a complaint of taxpayers' money being misused in the district. The complaints revolves around 4 credit card charges ranging from $13 or so to up to $175, totaling over $255. According to school officials. Now, according to the complaint, the submitted receipts did not include a brief description of the event and the names of those in attendance. Again, the spokesperson said a preliminary review did not identify any misuse of public funds, but the investigation is ongoing. The issue was discussed in executive session during the school board meeting on Monday. So we go from a district in Fairview that doesn't have a teacher contract, but they're still able to talk and figure things out, to now money missing from Alliance City Schools. And I get it, it's a few $100, but again, this is how things usually start. If you watch fraud, you see different fraud stories involving companies, schools, whatever. It always starts a few hundred here, a few hundred there. The next thing you know, you're blinking and you have a situation like the Parma City Schools where they find themselves $20+ million in the hole. And no one trusts them. School board members are in and out. Like it becomes just a cluster of just ridiculousness. So good on Alliance for bringing this out. State auditor's office looking into it, trying to nip it in the bud now, because a couple $100 now gets turned into a couple $100,000, potentially millions. You want proof? Look at the situation in Geauga County. Hamden Volunteer Fire Department, that township, with the guy that was running the books there for 30 some years who stole millions from the fire department. No one even knew until recently. It's going on for years. Saying it always starts with something small and then it balloons. So kudos to them for actually trying to get on top of this and not letting it become a giant issue. LeBron James is in the news, and like I said, it's not because of the 76ers. It's not because of anything basketball related. It's to do with the PGA and Akron. Isn't LeBron just a swell guy? Yeah, he's partnering with the PGA Tour. How about that? Big news. The PGA and the LeBron James Family Foundation announcing today they're partnering to bring a big event back to Firestone Country Club in James's hometown of Akron. Anyone who follows James on social media knows he's become a very serious avid golfer. Yeah, I watched the whole video with the 2016 Cavs on his page. It's got millions of views already because, again, it's LeBron. Quote, golf has become a passion of mine, and I've seen firsthand how the game can open doors, build relationships, and create opportunities that many kids don't even know exist. This partnership with the PGA Tour gives my foundation a chance to introduce my I Promise students and more people to the game at a young age, support talented athletes chasing their dreams, and continue investing in the city of Akron. That means everything to me. Firestone has seen the PGA slowly pull out of Akron over the last decade. Country Club has gone from hosting a PGA championship level event won by Tiger Woods multiple times to hosting its final tournament this summer, played by the game's aging players. It's right, the Senior Tour. This new event, titled the LeBron James Family Foundation Invitational at Firestone Country Club, will be July 6th and 7th of 2027. The event will focus on issues and access for underrepresented young people both in and outside the game of golf. There will also be access to mentorship programs to connect students from the LeBron James Family Foundation's I Promise School with golfers who have come up through the PGA Tour's Pathway to Progress ProBound 5 program. That PGA program focuses on getting access to young and up-and-coming amateur golfers to potentially advance to the PGA Tour level. And yes, there will be golf too. The main event will be the invitational competition on Firestone's famed South Course that will feature alumni of the Progress ProBound 5 program. So LeBron, making some good news when it comes to the game of golf. Love to see that. He's actually really entertaining to watch too. Someone Bob does sports as well. He was a fun watch. And this was special. It really was. You see this story about this high school team from Alabama? You know, when Browns fans were mad about the 0-16 season, well, this school has finally snapped a 101 game losing streak, the longest in the country. Columbia High School in Huntsville, Alabama, beating Greensboro 41-14 on Saturday night at home with authority. The Columbia Eagles had trailed by 2 scores early in the game, but managed to lead 20-14 at halftime. After that, they scored 21 unanswered points against the Greensboro Raiders. It's Columbia's first win since October of 2015. These guys went literally a full decade plus without winning a football game. Kudos to them to get the job done. Awesome. And hey, now build the winning streak. I want to go back to this story in 10 years and see they haven't lost a game in 10 years. That'd be kind of cool. It's got to even out at some point, you would think, right? All right, it's almost that time. I want to bring in young Elijah Mooneyham. I want to bring in the one and only Chad Bryan. Gentlemen, good evening. How are we doing tonight?
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. How are you?
We are well. How are you, man?
There we go.
Can you hear me? Can you hear us or no?
Oh,
hold on. We're switching audio.
When I add people, sometimes I can't hear them.
Yes.
We got to get that figured out.
Gentlemen, it is
Where's
time.
the IT department? Where is the IT department on that? Do we know?
We do. We don't have that kind of budget. The
that's
IT department is double A in his kitchen doing this.
Well, put it in a ticket. We'll see what happens.
Put in a ticket. Oh gosh.
Why not?
I hit deep. I hit deeper than you know. It's time for the viral video of the night. Mention this, Chad. You got some youngins running around. I don't know if school started yet for them, but if you're like me, maybe you need a kind of an update on the alarm. Maybe you need to kind of, at the start of the school year, you need a new thing to be able to kind of figure out how to get up on time for the kids. Well, do I have a solution for you?
I can't tell if this is a good idea or a bad idea, but I can definitely think of someone that could use this.
Oh my. Oh my.
The first couple mornings might be kind of rough with that. I'm not going to lie. You get used to it after a while.
Yeah.
Tell you what, your ass is waking up.
Yeah. My goodness.
Definitely not sleeping through that.
Yeah. I mean, if you are, you got some other questions to answer. My goodness gracious.
Hey,
where did you grow up?
My son starts school tomorrow morning. I felt inspired. When I saw this video, I'm like, you know what? It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Some of us need that alarm. I don't know if it'd be good, and maybe you should put the safety on, maybe just some false send offs. But my goodness gracious, that was something. That was something.
Just for the record, it says submit a ticket. So maybe that'll help.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's for the alarm or for the IT problem. I don't know which one anymore.
Both.
Maybe
Double wants the alarm.
Yeah.
We're not 6 cups of coffee anymore.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Hold on. There you go.
That is like a real IT department, though. I think that's
only like 3
They're
months.
busy.
As long as he means January, we're okay. Like as long as
he responds in real time, though. I give him credit.
Yeah,
That's
we're
not
at least
bad.
talking to a human being. Like that's good.
There you go. All right, that's fair.
Hey,
That's fair.
I'll be here all week.
Hold, please.
Yeah.
Say 0 for customer service. Say 0. Why do I have to?
Yeah, say
Well,
0.
guys, I took up about half an hour of your show yesterday. I'm going to get out on time today. That's it for Unfiltered. We switch over now to Inside Edge Primetime. Boys, have a great show. Appreciate you, and we'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah.
We appreciate you, Kyle Cornell. Unfiltered Kyle Cornell, 9 to 10 p.m. every weeknight here, Monday through Friday. We'll see him tomorrow, and so will all of you. All right, Kyle, we appreciate you. All right, bud.
All right, now we have to do a whole show. We got to do a whole show.
Wait, do we plan for one of those?
We'll see.
Okay,
find
cool.
out. We'll find out.
Here's the first thing we got to do. Let's see if I let me see if I got my old trick still. Oh yeah, we're in there. Right. We're in there.
Quick remodel. I like that.
I like what you do with your shirt.
Yeah, I did very little with it. I threw it on over my head. It kind of fell into place. I didn't. Yeah.
It's you're very usually like the dark tones, like dark clothing, and tonight a little orange.
All right. A little orange on blue tonight. All right, fair.
Right. Some retro cast. All right. Hey, folks. That is our little intro, little warm up. We got a lot to talk about, but first, station identification and one of the coolest intros in Inside Edge Network history. See you on the other side. Inside Edge Primetime next.
There you go. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all the leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams.
And welcome in, everybody, to another edition of Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryant to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We are back in the saddle. On the saddle adjacent, and Chad B, here's what we got to do here. This is called a little technical difficulties right at the beginning. My headphones, I think I have them on full blast. There we go. Let's turn you down a little bit. Not that I don't want to hear you, but my goodness gracious. All right, folks.
I was going to do something really. I was going to go, what? I couldn't do it, man.
Yeah, well, then you would have been doing this thing solo tonight. Now, all jokes aside, welcome to the Inside Edge Primetime here, everybody. Tuesday edition. We're very excited to be with all of you. Hopefully, you're feeling the same. We are excited to be back. Make sure, if you haven't been here before, hello. If you've been here before, welcome back. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net on all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live. Of course, 4 great daily shows for you. Of course, we have the Daily Spiral with Autumn Chisholm, and Double A joined her earlier tonight at 8 o'clock. A lot of great stuff. Talking the WNBA tonight. They had the discussion on the NCAA. I mean, so much stuff to talk about. They did a great job. And then, of course, on Filter, you saw Kyle Cornell. We appreciate him. He gets you up to date with all your local, national news, community, Cleveland, all that talk. Of course, some sports talk as well. That's 9 to 10. And then Chad and I, 10 to 11:30. Look at that. We get an extra half hour. We're kind of still getting used to it a little bit.
Yeah.
So that's Chad and I, Inside Edge Prime Time. That's right. And 11:30 to 1 a.m. Midnight Run with our program director, our bro, AA Anthony Alford. So much to keep up with. Of course, all of our weekly shows as well. You have Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast Friday mornings. And then, of course, you have Real Talk with Pop Moon Saturdays at 5. Main event Sundays around 9 o'clock. We aim for, but, things happen from time to time. And, of course, a lot of great programming. Yeah, exactly. Voice of the Land with Ryan Mosser and Kevin Arnold. Thursdays as well. A lot of great stuff. You read about all your favorite personalities like Chad Bryan and everybody who does a great job across the Inside Edge Network at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Go check out our partners page as well, because we cannot do without our partners, including our title sponsor, the Brothers Lounge. They're on 11609 Detroit Avenue on the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. A lot of great live music all week long, great food from Chef Win, and winning bites. Burgers, nachos, fries, wings, chicken and waffles, voodoo pasta. My goodness, so much great stuff. Live music all week long. Tonight, if you're watching us from Brothers Lounge, that's incredible. Hey, how are you doing? Open mic with Poor Duncan going on. Still probably wrapping up your last hour. Same with comedy with Bill Squire. They're in the concert hall, so front stage, concert hall, everything going on there at the Brothers Lounge. Billy and everybody does a great job. Of course, Billy, the owner of Brothers Lounge, and the hospitality we feel there at Brothers Lounge is incredible. You'll feel the same. Great food, great drinks, great music, and great hospitality. And so much to check out. Of course, the home of Moon Bash 3rd Annual next July. So with all that being said, we cannot do without, of course, the Brothers Lounge, our title sponsor, and all of our other great partners as well. Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, Monster Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, W Energy, and Omega Video Marketing. Couldn't do without all of them, and of course, couldn't do without you at home. Yes. So we'll grab a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep Cleveland's digital leader, your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And of course, make sure you go and take us here or there, near or far. Here we are. Inside Edge Network app on Roku. We want to get our reward points. We want to go on vacation with you. We want to travel. We want to know what you're getting into. So let's travel together. How about that? Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Take us on the go. All right, Chad, be a lot to get into tonight, as every night. But we start with this news that actually shook me to the core for a moment. I ain't gonna lie, and it's a very. I'll tell a story before we get into it here. Pop Moon and I were going out. We had plans to go to Attica, Ohio. We ended up in Minerva, Ohio, which cool little small town. Nothing crazy.
Yeah.
What's crazy about it is we went in the wrong spot. We again ended up in Minerva, not Attica. Attica being 2.5 hours away from Minerva. I got to spend a lot of good time with Papa Moon. Now, what kind of threw me off, though, is I put on, obviously, my clothes, got ready to get out the house, and I had my Dolly Parton shirt on. And I checked my phone literally 2 minutes as we got, we stopped at the gas station, grabbed some gas before we hit the road for an expedition. And we saw, I go, oh, my goodness, Pops, Dolly Parton just passed away. And he goes, look at your shirt. I go, bro, I didn't even put two and two together for a moment. It just... crazy to think about. Dolly Parton, again, passes away at the age of 80, and I just haven't really processed this. My aunt Monica, who passed away back in 2019, she was the one, and my mom and I will talk about it all the time, Mama Moon and I. We'll get on the phone, she'll be like, man, if so-and-so passed, my aunt would be the first one to call us and be like, did you see, so-and-so passed? And everyone hurt my aunt's soul. I mean, every passing, and death is never an easy thing. But my aunt was one of those great people that, she felt like she grew up with all of these people, and they were all of her friends. So it was incredible. I miss her, and the world's going to miss Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton, a country music legend, but a legend in music overall. I mean, her impact stretches across decades. This is somebody that didn't apologize for being who she was. I was reading something earlier, an excerpt from one of her interviews where she was mentioning, she saw somebody with the blonde hair and all the makeup and everything, and just the whole getup. And her mom said, that's too much. You don't want to be like that. That's trash. It kind of looks like trash. And Dolly Parton goes, well, then I guess I want to grow up and be like trash. And just that's the embodiment of Dolly Parton, like a lover of human beings. You never saw her without a smile on her face. And somebody, I'll be honest, I didn't start appreciating as much as I should have until my 20s. And I really started diving deeper into her catalog. Those that may know her, through Islands in the Stream with Kenny Rogers. You may also think of her from 9 to 5 and some of the movies she was in as well. One of the songs that really resonates with me, and I've been actually playing it on repeat the entire year, is Two Doors Down. I mean, she had every song you could think of in any mood you could feel. Coat of Many Colors is one. Papa Moon and I listened on the way home from our 2-hour expedition that we didn't plan to be in a different city. Anyways, but we listened to Coat of Many Colors, and that's a powerful song because it really shows you where Dolly Parton came from. She came from tough times, a rough childhood in terms of they didn't have the riches and everything like that, but she had love in her heart for her family, and the impact she made on so many others. Billy Ray Cyrus and his daughter Miley Cyrus, who a lot of us, especially, I'm 29, so my generation grew up with Miley Cyrus together. Like as she was growing up, we were growing up. And Miley Cyrus, her goddaughter of Dolly Parton, I believe Dolly Parton really had a big role in helping Miley Cyrus kind of have this second act of her run in music. And she's doing a great job, Miley Cyrus. But let's remember, Miley obviously came up through the Disney ranks and then made her run, Hannah Montana, all that stuff. And then she started doing like hip hop and rap, obviously, and I'm not gonna lie, the songs were cool, but it just kind of seemed like it wasn't what she was trying to do ultimately.
Yeah. I feel like it didn't suit her voice, man. She's got such a cool, unique voice for it. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, and so she comes out with obviously some songs after Flowers, Jaded, some of her, one of her most recent albums, Miley Cyrus that is. And I really believe Dolly Parton being involved in her life. I'm not saying she said choose a genre, because again, Dolly Parton, a lover of all music. You saw her at hip hop and rap shows. You saw her at country shows. You saw her all over. Again, a 2022 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee. So she's forever cemented in music history if she wasn't already. But I do believe she played a big part in helping Miley Cyrus find this second wind. And if you listen to any interviews with Miley Cyrus or Billy Ray Cyrus, how much that she meant, Dolly Parton meant to the Cyrus family and to so many others, Chad. Tennessee, the state of Tennessee. I mean, it's crazy. You walk there, and that's one of the first conversations you have when you walk into any bar in Tennessee. I went down to Texas, and I was wearing, let me see if I can get it in here. This is the shirt I had on today. Let's see if I can, right there. Dolly Parton. And I walked into a club in Texas, and they go, man, that's a great shirt. And that was like the 5th time I got complimented on the shirt. And, all I say is that's Aunt Dolly, man. And I think that's what she did so well, is she made you feel like you were part of the program. Like, you're with me. We're on this journey together, because you know what? I remember what it's like to not have, 2 pennies to rub together. And now I have it. And she never really flaunted it either. Yeah, no. I mean, Dolly Parton liked to dress, well and do her thing, but you weren't seeing her go over the top, where it's like, okay, she was always trying to help community, others, the next generation, and I can truly appreciate that, not only as a music artist and somebody that books shows here for the community, is trying to and continuing to build community here, and I think we're doing a great job of that, but Dolly Parton also as a human being, how much she impacted human beings, Chad Bryan. It's a sad loss. I'm gonna hand it over to you, but my prayers go out to the Parton family, to everybody close to her loved ones, people that are hurting around the world, because this is a significant loss. And my heart hurts today. Definitely hurts today. Dolly Parton passes away at the age of 80, Chad Bryan.
Yeah, like you said, huge loss just for the world. I don't know that there's a person alive or, that's been alive during her career, her run of just being an amazing human, that disliked her. And that says a lot, right? That means you're doing everything the right way. When you can say that at the end of your life, I think that's pretty amazing. She grew up with what 11 siblings in a 1-room cabin, right? The Smoky Mountains. Like you said, she knows what it's like to come from nothing. And I think that can either break you or it can make you, it can give you this like wonderful sense of like togetherness and like, wanting to pull other people up and help. And I mean, just what a philanthropist. I mean, she gave away millions and millions and millions of dollars. And not just to give it away. I mean, to excellent causes, right, during her life. Like you said, Dollywood, to bring tourism to Pigeon Forge, to just kind of liven that area and bring, just tourists and just a lot of, financial gain, obviously, to that area and to raise that area up. Just a quick cool note. I mean, just what I think is a cool note, I actually played a baseball game at Sevier County High School, her high school, the high school she graduated from. I played a game on their baseball field. It's got a beautiful view of the Smoky Mountains out over center field. It was unbelievable. Still one of the coolest experiences of anything I did athletically. It had nothing to do with her. She wasn't there. We just happened to play a game that was scheduled at her high school. But it was really, really cool to know that you were going there, and it's just a cool thing.
Yes.
Whatever. Not a big deal. She also owned Eli. I found this kind of fascinating. She said she maybe owned 365 wigs, but she owned well over 100 wigs.
Yes.
Like I said, she loved to dress and do it up, right? And she just whatever, man. She lived life big. She was bigger than life. Just an amazing human being and a huge, huge, huge loss for the world.
Yeah, it's. I'm still, like I said, there's not a lot. Death is hard regardless.
Yeah.
This one hurts me, and it may be just for a few different reasons. Being so connected with the music world and knowing what she meant to music, that's tough. Just a human being. Papa Moon, I mean, I will not reveal Papa Moon's age. He'll do that on maybe one of his Real Talk episodes. But, Papa Moon remembers her her whole run pretty much, right? I mean, so he remembers young Dolly, middle-aged Dolly, from her 20s to her 40s to her, 80 years old. And I just
first number one hit in 1971, by the way, and she just never stopped, Eli.
Exactly. And it's like to think about that, just how impactful she was from a songwriting aspect, in just a beautiful, beautiful soul. And my heart hurts. The world hurts today. People.com and a few other reports have this reported that it was a brief battle with cancer for Dolly Parton, and that her team had actually confirmed that. And if you haven't seen, earlier today, her nephew and family had announced Brian Seaver. They made the announcement and I think shook the world to their core. Some of these deaths do that, and this one was a real tough one. And I didn't imagine myself getting this emotional on air tonight, but just thinking about the impact she had. You talk about Dollywood. And I think, so I was a youngster. I was like in maybe my early teens, maybe 13, at 14, maybe. That may even be pushing it. But I remember we got in the car and we drove down to Tennessee. The whole Moon family. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
And we got down to Tennessee. We linked up with my cousins and my family, my uncles and everything that live in Tennessee. And we just planned a ton of stuff. That was my first experience of Little Caesars Pizza on a side note. And I thought it was the greatest pizza ever. I was like, what are they holding out on here in Ohio? And then we planned for Dollywood. And you mentioned Dollywood. If you've never been to Dollywood, you walk in and you just feel this home atmosphere. And I think that's like one of the big words to use when describing Dolly Parton is like comfortability, home, like things that made you feel safe and wanted in her space, whatever it was. Even if she wasn't there to necessarily greet you, you were greeted by her presence, by the atmosphere. And Dollywood, incredible. You mentioned with Tennessee, she was lifting up cities that really don't have a ton going on there. I've been to Tennessee quite a few times. My dad has, again, Papa Moon's family, some of his family is from Tennessee. So to see, Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg, some of these cities, Nashville gets all the love, but then there's other great cities in Tennessee, great views, nature, all this, and they aren't loved as much. Exactly. And Dolly Parton made sure to show the love to every single city, every way she could, in an outreach. And I just, man, I'm hurting. I can't lie, man. I'm hurting. I'll listen to some Dolly Parton tonight. I've been jamming all day to some Dolly, and I mean, tough loss. So
she's got over 3,000 songs. I mean, you could keep the catalog going for a long time.
You're dang right. So. You're dang right. So again, our prayers, our thoughts, everything, our blessings to the Parton family, her close ones, Dolly Parton's close ones, loved ones, people that were close to her, that were impacted by her in any way, even if it was just listening to one of her songs or a catalog, whatever it may be. Very, very impactful lady, impactful woman. She will surely be missed. Dolly Parton passed away at the age of 80 after a brief battle with cancer. Per her team, per people.com, and per other reports. And that's what we got for you. So we're going to take a quick pause here. We're going to come back. We're going to reset. We got a lot to talk about. The 49ers owner, Jed York. We have him coming up. We have, and not for a good reason for Jed, we have Guardians talk later on. And, of course, everybody's favorite Tuesday segment, Tuesday Top 5, coming up later on in the show. What we're going to do here is we're going to take a pause. You'll hear we're going to take 10 seconds here together like we typically do on prime time. We're going to do 10 seconds of silence in honor of Dolly Parton, the passing, and we will go to our break with just a few words from our partners and back with you. All right, folks. This is Inside Edge Prime Time here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad B to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We'll be back right after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. It's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches, free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Hey guys, awesome show on Unfiltered today. We got into a lot of different things, including the bus driver shortage. A lot of people starting school this week, including my son tomorrow, Wednesday. It's kind of shocking. Some of the stories I've already heard about routes being 45 minutes late, some getting canceled, all this stuff. So we talked a little bit more about that and what needs to happen. Still no deal for Fairview Schools and the union. That as well. And that crazy fight in Westlake, too, at the wedding this past weekend. We had video. Yeah, it was wild. It was a little nuts. Coming up tomorrow on the program, another crazy scene that happened in Parma involving an old lady walking across the street in front of a school bus. We have that, and we have so much more on the way. All your latest news, all your latest talk, sports, everything, we got it for you right here, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, 9 p.m. tomorrow, your Wednesday, right here on the Inside Edge Network, I'll see you then.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryant to my right, you're right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We are back in the saddle, on the saddle, saddle adjacent here for yet another segment here on our Tuesday edition of Inside Edge Primetime. So happy to be back with all of you, of course. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net on all of the socials. That's YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, X, Twitter, X. You know, they're the same thing, but, you know, it's who you ask. Facebook, of course, YouTube, all the great stuff. YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Boom, one more time for you. Smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live. 4 daily shows. Of course, a lot of great programming throughout the week for you. Weekly programming as well. Check us out at Inside Edge Net. Stay locked in with us. And read about all your favorite personalities at InsideEdgeNetwork.com, like Chad Bryan, who does a great job, and everybody across the network. Kyle, Autumn, Double A, Papa Moon, Ryan, Kevin, so many great people. Rob, go read about Rob Rizicki. Come on. InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Go check out our partners page as well. Of course, our title sponsor, the Brothers Lounge. They're on 11609 Detroit Avenue. Great music, great food, great drinks with Chef Win and Winning Bites. They're doing his thing on the menu there. The food menu is incredible. The music's great. The hospitality is incredible. We appreciate, of course, Billy and everybody there at the Brothers Lounge and all of our other partners who do a great job as well. Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, Mosser Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, W Energy, and Omega Video Marketing. Could not do without them. Couldn't do without you at home. You at home. Go grab a shirt.
Wait, don't forget about them.
Yes, thank you. Shirt, hat, mug, windbreaker, grab it all. Grab a hat. Rep Cleveland's digital leader. Yes, one more time. Rep the Cleveland.
Rep.
Yes, Cleveland's digital leader, of course, your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And near or far, here we are. Download the Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Take us wherever you want. Sometimes Chad will surprise you and wear an orange shirt instead of his typical black polo. So it throws you a little bit off. I know. I'm thrown off too, folks. We're trying to get through it together, but we're doing all right.
Just don't look right
Chad
now.
B. Yeah.
Yo.
Okay. Chad B. No.
Where are you? Wait, no, you can't see. I can see. Never mind.
Yeah. Well,
sorry,
hey.
that didn't work.
Yeah. Well, hey, we're
listen to the sound of my voice. All right, we tried.
Yes. Wait, I'll tell you this.
Okay.
Somebody that might be in some trouble. Neither one of us.
Okay, good.
San Francisco.
Made me nervous. I was like, do I have a
owner,
meeting? Okay, sorry.
San Francisco 49ers owner Jed York. Jed York. He is not doing so hot if you ask him or anybody around him. And it kind of starts, or continues rather, a pretty weird offseason into training camp for the San Francisco 49ers. You hear about the electrical substation and if that's causing the injuries. And, of course, Ricky Pearsall went down, so the discussion continues on that. But Kyle Shanahan obviously had some interesting things earlier on this offseason when it came to a potential car accident, injury, and there was no details really dropped for quite a bit of it. And then you finally kind of had to come clean once enough information is coming out. So had that going on, you're like, all right, well, that was a little weird, but the Niners are going to just do their thing. The 49ers, usually one of the better teams in the NFC this decade, always a contention for the NFC West. We talk all the time. We'll get to Jed York in just a second, what he's done and why we're talking about him. But we talk about, these offseason distractions. We spend a lot of time talking about the New England Patriots. A.J. Brown, coming over there alone. Like all the, smoke before he got there and then him coming over there, a whole transition. Not to forget that Stephon Diggs was released right after a court, situation, after the Super Bowl. Mike Vrabel and the Diana Rossini situation. And that's, if you know at this point. But all that going on. We talk about off seasons and leading into the actual season, training camp included, where messes can really dictate how a season goes for a team. You like to imagine, well, these are professional athletes. These are guys that it's not going to bother them. Well, we're looking at the Dodgers to go to a baseball situation where Mark Walter is under federal investigation, and there's a serious disruption when it comes to the Dodgers. I know they were battling against the Braves pretty heavy tonight. I know the Braves went up on them late in the bottom of the 8th. I don't know what the final is, Chad B, but I think the Braves ended up holding on in that one.
They did 4-3. The Braves won, yeah.
Okay. So you look at that even with the Dodgers. So I understand they're still the number one team in the NL, but they've kind of seemed like a little bit of an off putting vibe right now with showing.
There's been a weird cloud around them this year for sure. Yeah,
sure has. It sure has. So that leads me to Jed York, the San Francisco 49ers owner, a guy who actually born, and grew up outside, or at least grew up outside of Youngstown here in Ohio, which is wild because the 49ers owners just seem to be from Ohio. You had the DeBartolos, and now you have the York, Jed York.
Mm-hmm.
Chad, this guy, Jed York, was in Ohio and was looking for some things that maybe he shouldn't have been.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, I will tell you that York is married into the DeBartolo family, so it's the same line of DeBartolos that have been there kind of all the time. But Jed York arrested at the Wheat Hill Mobile Home Park in East Palestine, Ohio, which is about 30 minutes away from Youngstown, where, like I said, where he grew up. He had $160 on him, and apparently was charged with the thing that we're talking about. Let's not dance around it. He solicited a prostitute online, right? He answered an online ad that was placed by an undercover officer or agent, whatever you want to say, and checked in a few times, right? Got his details straight. And for some reason, I pictured this story when it happened. I pictured him driving from Santa Clara to like East Palestine, right, for this. And I'm like, what? But he was home. He was in Ohio at the time. Apparently, he makes his base in Ohio. He was also charged with possession of criminal tools. And I wanted to look into that a little more because I was like, what did he have? Like bolt cutters? Like, did he have a torch? Like a glass cut? Like, what was he doing? You know what I mean? He's like going to do like a bank heist or something afterwards. Section 2923.24 of the state of Ohio's revised code outlaws the possession of criminal tools. And it just kind of says possession or control of any dangerous ordinance or the materials or parts for making dangerous ordinance in the absence of circumstances indicating the dangerous ordinance, materials, or parts are intended for legitimate use. Possession or control of any substance, device, instrument, or article designed or specially adapted for criminal use. Possession or control of any substance, device, instrument, or article commonly used for criminal purposes under circumstances indicating the item is intended for criminal use. And there's no real elaboration on what exactly the criminal tools were in this case. I thought, man, were they really petty? And they like charged him with the cash that he brought because he intended to use that cash for criminal purposes. Like, I don't know. I'm not really sure. I haven't found that anywhere yet.
And I'm going to fact check myself right now, but I believe based off the article I was reading, the Bleacher Report, that they're saying his phone. And I'm going to fact check that, but the phone, because of him responding to the
same
ad.
Same type of thing. He used it for criminal. Gotcha. Okay, fair enough.
Through his phone, because he responded to the ad 3 times before all that.
Gotcha.
Before he
that wasn't. I didn't find that clearly stated anywhere, so I didn't want to. Yeah, I didn't want to speculate too much, but I wondered about that. Yeah. Okay. Great. Well, now we know. He's using his phone. He's throwing his phone at people, right? He's assaulting people. No, probably not. So it just obviously it's a bad look, right? I mean, it couldn't be much worse. I mean, I don't know. Like, what you got to wonder what the NFL does here. What do the 49ers do? Like, what's the next course of action? Who steps in and takes care of like the day-to-day operations, and what are Jed York's real, what are his responsibilities with the team anyway, right? Sometimes owners are, they come in varying, I was gonna say shapes or sizes, but that's not, they just come in, they do, but they come in varying, levels of, how involved they are, I guess, with their franchise. You've got, famous helicopter owners like Jimmy Haslam, whatever. That's it. That's the only example I'm going to give because, that's it. And then you've got owners that are just kind of like in the shadows, right? Mm-hmm. But I thought just kind of digging through Jed York's past a little bit, I think you'll find this interesting. We talked about Mark Walter being under investigation, the whole Guggenheim situation, right? They're the owners of the Dodgers, owners of the Lakers, whatever. Jed York was once a financial analyst for none other than Guggenheim. So it seems like I don't know, man. I want to say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree when it comes. Like, there's just all kinds of weird stuff going on around Guggenheim and the whole like how they've come up with all this money. Now you've got and it's very very peripheral, but you've got a former employee, who by the way is the owner of a professional franchise, the San Francisco 49ers. If you've heard of them, they play in the Professional Football League. It's called the NFL. Kind of a big deal, right? He's soliciting prostitutes online in East Palestine, Ohio, in a trailer park. I mean, just some weird stuff coming out of Guggenheim. It makes you wonder what the culture is there and just exactly what the day-to-day is like at Guggenheim, what that feels like, what that's like there. But Jed York in some trouble, and I'm struggling to say his name correctly. We we hit some alternative pronunciations of his name today, and I'm pretty proud of myself for not saying like bread spork or anything. I'm pretty good with getting Jed York.
Yeah, New York.
Yeah, New York was close.
Ned York. I mean, that's
everything. Yeah.
Fred.
Head dork. Yeah.
Head dork. He is a head dork
Jed
right
York.
now.
I don't know. Yeah, whatever.
He is a head dork right now, Chad. I mean, my goodness.
Now.
And I'm going to hand it back to you in just a second. But my goodness, you think about this guy, Jed York, and look, this shouldn't be happening to begin with. But how low can you go? Yeah, you're going to get in this much trouble over $160 for a service you really shouldn't be seeking out to begin with. I don't understand it. And this is overall a lot of the problems with some ownership. I'm not going to say all ownership, but the problem is they believe they're untouchable. And then this happens, and now we're left, talking as media here, to inform the people rocking with us right now here and every night on the Inside Edge Network, to inform them about what kind of should happen, or at least what our thoughts are. I'll go back to Robert Kraft, though. Robert Kraft got in some trouble, obviously, a couple years ago, when it came to some of his things, and, we won't divulge too much into it, but Robert Kraft obviously doing kind of around the same thing. Not the same thing, but around the same thing as Jed York in terms of really doing shit, excuse my language, but stuff you shouldn't really be doing as a human being to begin with, and then as the owner of a NFL franchise, it's really a bad look. But I go back to Robert Kraft because you asked, what does the NFL do at this point? I don't know if there's anything they really do. They didn't really do anything to Robert Kraft. I mean, they didn't make him sit out the season and not go sit in his owner's suite. In fact, he was there every game. He was rocking. So I don't know what they do necessarily for the 49ers. And this is why it's a little confusing for the 49ers, Chad, because, again, this is a team that besides the Brandon Ayuk situation, which is crazy if you've been following along, him going off on Instagram stories and talking about how the Niners need to release him and he's going to be a commander. That's a story for another day. But that was the craziest stuff coming out of the 49ers this offseason. They added Mike Evans. They're returning Deebo Samuel. They brought in Christian Kirk. They have a lot of promising things happening for the 49ers. And then this, on top of the Kyle Shanahan stuff earlier on this offseason. So you wonder, and that's where I kind of want to pivot to, unless you have some more on terms of the actual news story itself.
No, I don't think there's much else to say about it. I mean, I think it's run its course at this point.
So one thing I will say real quick about the news story, they fined him like $1,200, a little under $1,200.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a discussion for a different day, but that guy literally sneezed as he was walking out and had the money for it. I mean, come on. But regardless, you wonder where the 49ers team, where their heads at, where the roster's at. We talk all the time about disruptions when it comes to players, and we won't harp on it tonight. We spent a lot of time on it yesterday, but we talk about Deshaun Watson and that factor in Cleveland. There's other guys that have had some really interesting, and that's the word I use. And when I mean interesting, I mean like terrible is the alternate, for how some of these guys have acted for players. And now you have owners and coaches in this case for the 49ers that are really having the news on them. Yeah. When we should be, if you're in San Francisco, you should be talking about how's Mike Evans going to look with Brock Purdy? Is Christian McCaffrey going to stay healthy and have another good year? How's George Kittle's return from injury? He's coming back from injury. How's that looking? How's his defense going to look? Instead, you're talking about why is Shanahan not talking about what happened? Like, why is he so secret squirrel about it? And then you also wonder about Jed York, there it is. Jed York. Well, we spoke it into existence. But Jed York, and now he's in the news, obviously. Yeah. And you just don't want this, I'd imagine, as a team. 2-3 weeks before your first regular season game? Keep in mind that these Super Bowl champions are in your division, and the guys that were knocking on the door of the Super Bowl, the Rams, are in your division. I mean, this is the division, and the Cardinals, I know they're probably at least a year or two away from competing, but they have some young studs on that offense.
Sure
they could be a team that could be a pain in the ass for the Niners. Where do you think the mindset is? Do you think this affects this roster for the 49ers? Are a veteran team for the most part, but you'd imagine that this has to have some sort of effect when all of your leadership for the most part is in legal trouble one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of rolls downhill, right? We talk about that with the Browns all the time, like how the stuff, the things that happen to the Browns, or that the Browns do to themselves, rather, it comes from ownership, and it seems to be the way that it is with companies, right? If it's a good thing and it rolls downhill and you've got pretty good momentum, if it's bad, it comes downhill and it wipes everything out, right? Mm-hmm. But that's where it is. I mean, you've got the owner of the franchise. I can't imagine. I don't want to speculate, but it would be hard for me to imagine this being his first foray into, behavior that you would say would be off the cuff for, well, it's any human being, not just the owner of an NFL franchise. But I can't imagine this was his first time going, you know what? I've been bored. I'm going to break I'm going to do this. Right. Like, seems odd. I'm sure there are other things that are going on. And the family has had trouble in the past. I mean, the DeBartolos had to give up their, own their stake or whatever in 1999 because of a situation where then, the family, they didn't report an attempt at extortion against the franchise. They just sort of let it go. And you just kind of wonder again, like, with Guggenheim and like all the people that are involved, like, what is the culture out there? Like you said, you brought up Shanahan, the accident, right? Like, there's just a lot of stuff that it seems to be, maybe from the top down, like, hey, when things happen, you know what I mean? We keep everything in house, right? And I think that's okay when you have like family matters, right? You don't need to like broadcast your family business all over the place. But when you own $1 billion, franchise, and it's a publicly traded type of, you're making money, you're very much in the public eye. They want you to report those type of things. And we talked about the whole, the Mark Walter and the improper loans, the investigation there, where that money comes from. He's loaning money to his other companies. And gosh, man, what a layered mess this could end up being, right? You just never know.
Yes.
Never know. It seems it just, sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire. It's like there's a lot of trouble coming out of Guggenheim and just kind of spreads out. And I don't know. I'm not sure, Eli. Who knows?
And you wonder where. Yeah, and you wonder, Chad, where Jed York's, what his wife's thinking. Daniel Bellamini, I believe here, Bellumini. Man, goodness, they get me sometimes with the last names. But married in 2011, so 15 years of marriage, and to find this out that
supposedly, I guess but he had filed for divorce 4 months before this, so I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, there was clearly already some kind of trouble. That's not my business, but so I don't know that makes it better. That doesn't explain it away or make it a less of a an immoral act. But there is that fact. I just want to let you know.
Yeah, either way, my goodness gracious.
Yeah, that's not great.
Goodness. All right. Well, that's what we got for Jed York. My goodness. The Niners have, for the first time, they have an offseason where it's actually like a lot of distractions. And I'm curious to see how they rebound and get back.
I realized I didn't answer your question. You asked me if it would be a distraction. Yeah, for the roster. Yes, I do. Because you've got that's what I was going to say. You've got it all rolls downhill, right? The players have to answer questions now from the press, not only about the coach and his accident, but the owner and his discretion, right? His indiscretion, not his discretion, lack of discretion. But yeah, they've got to answer those questions. And instead of hey, how's the leg? How's the knee? How's the hamstring? How's the ankle? Whatever. It's hey, what's up, with the owner? Why is he doing? I can't speak. You know what I mean? Like, these guys aren't going to have answers, and they're going to have to. It's going to be one time through. They're probably not going to get hounded about it, but just to have to even think about this. And where do you go? Like, what ownership now do you trust if you're a player? Maybe Brandon Ayuk doesn't look so bad asking to get out of there, right? Like, maybe it's worse than we know. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe Brandon Ayuk's onto something.
And he's still under contract, Ayuk. Yeah. So I'm sure he'll have some thoughts on some of this. I'd imagine. This is the first time I really can imagine the Niners actually being in a PR nightmare since in the last decade, really. I mean, it's really never been this crazy in San Francisco. It's been the questions on the football field. Now there's some other questions. We'll see how they battle it there in the Bay. But we're going to move on from Jed York. We're going to move on. We're going to move towards the Guardians. We're going to get in some baseball talk here. We didn't get any in yesterday because obviously a very heavy show. Tonight we will talk about the Guardians. They are on a bit of a heater, and they're currently in play right now against the Angels, looking for 2 in a row against the Angels, which would make it 7 out of 8.
Yeah, not going well at the moment. Not going well at the current
moment.
I
know. Look, we'll save it for after break. Chad will break our hearts for just a moment. We'll try to still bring up the postseason magic that maybe the Cleveland Guardians get into the October baseball and get plenty of baseball, more than September, like Chad alluded to there, and maybe a deep run. I don't know. Maybe we're shooting the moon here. Don't hit this moon. But either way, Inside Edge Prime Time here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad B to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We are back in the saddle, saddle adjacent after a few words from our partners. And we'll be talking Cleveland Guardians. See you on the other side.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and a expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, What are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Mosser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Mosser Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Mosser Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Hey, it's Autumn Chisholm here from the Daily Spiral, and tomorrow I will be going solo. Now, I know that sounds a little weird, but no, I will be flying solo tomorrow. No Eli, he'll be back on Thursday, but tomorrow I will break down all of the Disney MCU news from D23. I know it's been a couple weeks, but we haven't really gotten a chance to get to it. I'll talk about the new X-Men cast and the upcoming films that were announced. I'll even talk about Lanterns and how it may have saved the Green Lantern universe. And then I'll go into what I'm calling the mini spiral. I'll deep dive on a topic that most people probably don't even know about. But tune in tomorrow night at 8 p.m. here on the Inside Edge Network and follow for more at Daily Spiral Pod on Instagram and TikTok. And of course, follow the Inside Edge Network on wherever you get your podcasts, Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and even the Roku app. I'll see you tomorrow night.
So I just finished up my 9 to 5 and my workout. Completely forgot that I did not tape a promo for Midnight Run tonight. And I was just thinking about this, just thinking about my day job where we help different media companies, radio stations, sometimes TV stations, land sponsors. I was not aware that Dolly Parton had a children's hospital named after her in Nashville. And I did a request for her hospital for a station less than a month ago. So that's pretty crazy. Obviously, the news of her passing today Oh, it hits. It really hits. She was absolutely a legend. In fact, in the music community, we've lost two legends on August 25th. Dolly Parton today, and 25 years ago, Aaliyah. We lost her August 25th, 2001. So that's absolutely crazy. But I was just thinking about that today, how I worked on that request. We got a great show for you coming up tonight on Midnight Run. We'll see you tonight at 11:30.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan to my right, your right, which means he's to everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We are back in the saddle, on the saddle, saddle adjacent. Talked, of course, about the late, great Dolly Parton passing away at the age of 80 after a brief battle with cancer, per her team, per multiple reports that I wrote articles about it afterwards. Her passing at the age of 80. Dolly Parton, a legend, a music legend, a human being legend. Passed away at the age of 80. Yep. Super sad news. We also talked about Jed York, and that's disappointing news because Jed York should not have been doing what he was doing. And he was looking for something else, and he found law enforcement when he went looking for what he shouldn't have been looking for. We talked about that. Now it's time to talk baseball. I believe when we don't talk baseball, I get worried about Chad because most people, when they have like an IV, they inject fluids like water, just your fluid you need, like, some vitamins, maybe things like that. If we don't talk baseball for a few days, Chad becomes really, really grumpy. And I know it's hard to believe, unless you watch yesterday's show, but it's hard to believe. But Chad Bryan from time to time can get a little grumpy, especially if we don't talk baseball. Now, yesterday, completely understandable why you were frustrated. We all were frustrated.
Yeah.
Chad, you got to cut me a little slack. The Guardians haven't really been noteworthy enough, and I love the Gardos, but they've been disappointing us. Yeah. I got to be honest. As a Cleveland guy, I love the Guardians. They've been disappointing us. They come out from the trade deadline, and the Mets absolutely put, belt to behind. Yeah. I mean, they whooped us, and then it kind of just continued from there. Losses in the division. You sink down to the AL Central 4th spot. Yeah. I mean, it was very, very tough. So I just, I try to keep you happy from time to time. I know if we talked Guardians, probably would have been a lot of good stuff to talk about. So, you know what? That was my co-host responsibility to keep you happy. All jokes aside, though, we will talk Guardians today. They are in a bit of ironically enough, we're going to talk Guardians when they're actually having one of their rougher games.
And here we go, right?
I know. Well, that's why I set it up, But, yes, the Guardians are in a bit of a conundrum right now against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, 5-0 Angels in the bottom of the third. And I'm actually shocked by that, Chad B. If I'm not mistaken, Gavin Williams on the hill today for the Guardians. 6 hits, 5 earned runs, a walk, 3 strikeouts in an inning and a third, and he's already out there. Matt Festa already getting some reps in the game here in Los Angeles. Chad B, probably not the best time to ask you, but they were 6 of 7 going into tonight.
Yeah.
Beat the Angels yesterday. With everything you've seen in this sample size, not just tonight, can the Guardians make a run to October baseball?
They can. Probably just about as well as you just killed my whole lead in there. I was going to say they've won 6 of 7. Better yet, they've won 5 in a row. And I was going to say, but the kicker is they're down 5-0 because Gavin Williams gave up 5 runs in the 8th and the third. So you already know that all information. But I still said it. I feel better. It's out. It's like being hangry. I got to do it. No, I'm kidding. No, they can. I mean, listen, we talk. The AL is terrible. I mean, we talk about it all the time. It's awful. The American League is terrible. It's terrible. The White Sox, I wouldn't say they're slipping, but they're 5-5 over their last 10, and that makes them a little bit vulnerable, especially when you've won 6 of 7 and 5 in a row, and you're 7-3 over your last 10. Make up a couple games there. Suddenly they're 2 games up on the Twins, right? In the Central. Right. They're that's not comfortable because that can change in a series. But at least you have, positioned yourself you've got yourself in a situation where we talked about how they were entering this stretch of very winnable games, and they don't have to win every single one, right?
Right.
They're down 5. There's still plenty of baseball left tonight. They're very capable of scoring 5 runs in a game. especially against a team like the Angels, who, I mean, no offense to the Angels, but they've kind of given up on this season. They've just jettisoned their roster. It's, they've got guys all over the major leagues now from the trade deadline. And I dropped my pen again. There it went. But yeah, I know it's tough. I can't ever get up, hit my head or something,
Don't do
knock
it.
the desk over. Yeah, it's just too much. What do I do without my pen? What do I do with my hands? No, they can do it. They can definitely get there. They just, consistency. And it's been nice to see this little run, 6 of 7, 5 in a row. But again, these are games against winnable or beatable teams, I should say. And if you look at like some of the advanced stats, they're not very good against teams over 500. They're 24 and 34 against teams that are over. In fact, the only team in the entire division that has anywhere close. Well, the Twins are now 32 and 33, and the Tigers have lost a couple now. They were 32 and 32. But the entire division isn't doing very well against good teams, which are few and far between right now in the American League. But when you play them, you got to win some of those games, right?
Yes.
It's just that the advanced stats are so crazy for the AL Central. Normally, you can look at a division this time of year and go, okay, that team's going to win this division, right? Last year, it would have been the Tigers. You would have looked at the standings and said, no way the Tigers can give up that kind of a lead. So do we think the White Sox are unbeatable 2.5 games up on the Guardians? No, not at all. They're by far ahead of schedule, right? They've got a guy on the roster who was playing for the Savannah Bananas a few years ago. Now he's like, he's leading the comeback. It's just it's a weird feel good story. In a season that lasts 162 games, those stories can turn on you very, very quickly. We saw the Guardians go through their stretch of bad baseball. The White Sox haven't had one of those yet. They're due for one. Will they have one? That doesn't mean they're going to have one. But just, that's the way baseball works, right? There are ebbs and flows of the season. You win 7 out of 8, you lose 7 out of 8. Everything ends up evening out, and you finish 81 and 81, and yay, whatever. But hopefully we want the Guardians to finish better than that, right? I remember the preview show that we did at the beginning of the season. A lot of people were, hey, close to 100 wins, close to this, close to that. I don't remember my exact win total, but I just thought, like, this team plays. I talk about it all the time when it comes to baseball, the regression to the mean, right? Cal Raleigh hit 3 home runs the other day, maybe yesterday. He hit 60 last year. Those 3 home runs gave him, I believe, 14 now for the season, 17, somewhere, whatever.
Bad.
Regression to the mean. Typically in baseball, when you are playing above your head, as whether you're a pitcher, a hitter, an entire team, which, you could say that the Guardians have been playing a little bit above their heads, right? Like the last couple of seasons. You're going to see that regress at some point. Now, I think they got better at the trade deadline. I think they made the lineup more deadly. You want Chase DeLauder to be healthy. Obviously, he keeps having the hamstring issue. He's in and out. There was talk of him DHing tonight. They held him out of the lineup. So, obviously, those things hurt. Chase DeLauder got off to such a fast start. You wonder how long he's been dealing with, whatever, a little nagging leg thing, because he suddenly sort of, the productivity dropped off. And that can happen to young players for a couple of different reasons. You're not really used to playing a 162-game season. So at some point, you kind of hit a wall physically. And then you realize, okay, in the offseason, I need to do this to get ready. And, got to change the training regimen a little bit. Or injuries, right? It's a long season. People think that you can't get hurt playing baseball. I don't know why. Because guys aren't tackling you out there, but it's still a tough sport, right? You're trying to hit 100-mile-per-hour fastballs. You got to be pretty quick with it, man. You can, you strain an oblique and you're done for months.
Right.
So it can be, it can tip on the scales of anything that's just, it's so fragile, right? You lose a key, part of the lineup, Jose Ramirez, the hamate bone, and look what happened to the offense, right? And he hasn't gotten his timing back yet. He has not looked like Jose Ramirez. I don't think that's because of a regression of his skills. I just think that's having a weird season with injuries. The wrist probably doesn't feel great yet. Timing's not there. Everything's a little bit off, right? Will he get it back in time this season? I don't know. I mean, baseball is a crazy sport. Sometimes you catch it for a while, you get lightning in a bottle, and you're hitting 450 for a month and a half. And then suddenly you hit 186, and you have no idea why. What changed, right? So I guess the short answer to that really long monologue that I just went through is I don't know. You would like to think so. I mean, they're talented enough to do it, but then you see Gavin Williams tonight go out there, and he doesn't typically get hit. And here's a team in the Angels that, like we said, doesn't really have much left in the tank. And 5 runs in an inning and a third against Gavin Williams is impressive. But that's how baseball can be. It can be so day to day. Literally any team can beat any team on any given day.
Correct.
Almost at any level. I mean, you could bring up a AA team and they could maybe go on a run in the majors and win 7 or 8 out of 10. It just it all depends on the pitching, right?
And exactly. And to clarify, not Double A's team. Double A,
not
does
Double A. Yeah, not
state-
Anthony
yes.
Alford. I'm not aware of him being involved with the baseball team.
Did you ever? I'm sorry to interrupt, but now I got to think about it because Double A, when we were back when we were students at the Ohio Center for Broadcasting, Ohio Media School, we got a report. We obviously we're covering the captains, we were handling the broadcast back then, and we had of course the minor league baseball app downloaded, the MILB app, which is a great app. And we got updated that a Toronto Blue Jays prospect, Anthony Alford, was getting called up.
Yeah.
I mean,
do you think it's the same guy? I've never seen him in the same place.
That's what I'm saying. I really started to have a little bit of trust issues with Double A for just a moment. I'm like, you didn't tell us this entire time?
Man.
Is this why you're not available on weekends? Are you serious? Like,
could you imagine the gumption to make your alter ego the same name? That would be like if Superman ran around Metropolis disguised as Superman, right? Like, but he's got the suit and the glasses on. He's a reporter. I'm like, no, I'm not that Superman. It's just the same name, right? Like,
yeah. I mean,
that's pretty crazy.
At least switch the first letter and the last name letter.
Yeah.
I mean, like, Anthony
Al
Alford.
Anthony. You could have just switched to Al Anthony. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anything.
Yeah.
We got to talk to him when he gets on here about that.
Yeah, we sure will. You know what? We might have to talk to him for just a moment.
I think his goose is cooked on this. I think we got him.
That was a hell of a reference. His goose is cooked. I love you. God dang it. All right. Let me ask you this real quick. We have a few more moments on guards. Of course, Tuesday Top 5 coming up after the break. But I want to talk a little bit more guards.
Yeah.
Gavin Williams, you brought him up, and he was on a heater, man. You talk about pitchers that were on a heater. 10 strikeouts or more in consecutive starts for a long stretch there, playing a lot of good baseball. My question to you is somebody, who has had a little bit more experience on the mound, right? Like, I want to ask you, is there something going on with Gavin Williams now where maybe he went on a heater, a stretch, and we worry about guys getting gassed out offensively and playing in the field like, position players? Are we concerned that Gavin Williams may have burnt himself out too early?
No, it's one start. I think sometimes it can be as simple as like you got to the bullpen 5 minutes, 7 minutes later, whatever, and didn't get to stretch, your lower body the way you normally do. And sometimes that can take a couple of innings to work itself out. And when you've got a team that's maybe seeing the ball well right now and they're on to, you don't get those couple of innings, right? You don't ever get through that. So it could be something just really simple like that. I wouldn't think that, if he goes through a stretch of, like Paul Skeens like starts where the velocity dips way down and the results aren't there, then I think you could say, well, what's going on with Gavin Williams? But I'm not worried about one start. I mean, you can go out there and get hit by anybody on any given day. If your location is just a touch off, it's the major leagues. I mean, these guys are, the Angels aren't a great team right now. They're 52-80, but you leave a ball out over the middle. I don't care if you throw 98, 99, 100 miles an hour. If you leave it up where it's hittable, guys are going to hit it at this level. So
I agree. I guess I'm just concerned a little bit when it comes to the pitching because we've seen it so many times in Cleveland over the last decade where the pitching is lights out for most of the year, if not, the entirety. We've seen that as well. But I feel like there's so much on their shoulders because of, we talked about again this year, the offense, has had struggles. So I understand it's one start, and maybe I'm sounding the panic alarms a little early, but you worry a little bit, at least me, as I guess the pessimistic at times Guardians fan, because we have a month left of baseball. We're going to need some quality Gavin Williams starts. He's provided a ton of those already, but we're not really worried, and respectfully to everything he's done this year, we're not really worried about April and May starts anymore. We want to see what you can do to September to get us either to the AL Central crown or to get us at least in the playoffs and have a chance for it because, you think about that rotation. Heavy with Messick and Williams leading the charge. Griffin started to step up a little bit more. And Bybee is starting to show some more signs of old Bybee, what we brought him up and we're excited about to begin with. Yeah. And then, of course, you kind of have that fifth rotation guy, Cantillo right now. Slates and Coney obviously going to get reacclimated. You wonder if they start kind of looking at him, maybe even getting some more starting. I just wonder. Yeah. But I guess my overall point is, and maybe I'm a little pessimistic right now because I'm a little concerned about the pitching staff just maybe having too much on them throughout the summer to be able to carry an offense that finally found a little bit of the mojo. Not tonight. I mean, they're being shut out right now. But typically, over the last 6 or 7 games, they've been good for, 3, 4, 5, if not more runs, this Guardians offense. So that's just where I'm at,
Yeah, I was just saying, if you look at the pitching, it's been very, very good. It's the offense that hasn't kept up, and that's the reason for the run differential. The pitching has been good, but I don't think the bullpen has worked like an inordinate amount of innings or anything. So you don't have your bullpen's it's a little weird right now. I mean, they're working through that, but and I guess they've worked a lot of innings if you really look at it, but not not an inordinate amount to where it's like, well, we've never seen this before. Like you see this load, it happens. Yeah. But I think a lot of credit has to go to Stephen Vogt because he's been kind of working through what's been a a very rocky bullpen situation where I know everybody wants to blame the manager when you put a guy out there and he's not effective, but there's literally no way to know. I mean, it's not like, you're calling down to the bullpen and you go, how do you feel? I feel terrible, Skip. Get in there. You know what I mean? Like, nobody ever, you don't know. And that's why baseball is so hard to call. You can warm up in the bullpen for however long, right? Throw 50, 60 pitches. They're all right on the dot, right? Outside corner at the knees, 99, you're feeling good. And then for some reason you get to the mound and you can't find the strike zone, or even worse, you find too much of the strike zone, right? It just, you never really know. But I think Vogt's done a really good job of managing the bullpen through a lot of injuries and just a lot of inconsistent appearances to really even, and then you've got to work around the offense, not scoring, not even getting guys in scoring position, right? So I think Vogt deserves a lot of credit. I know people like, oh, fire him. You got to whatever. This guy's a 2-time manager. You're like, take it easy on him, man. It's the first rough year they've had, and they're 66 and 66 right now.
I think Cleveland just disdain though a little bit. I won't say disdain, maybe that's not the right word, but I guess irritation more so with Stephen Vogt is we're literally a 15 and a half game comeback that was historic from talking about. And then this year we're still on the fence where we could be talking about, last year maybe not getting in. I know they did, but we could have been despite a historic comeback. And then this year has been a little bit rockier. And I think fans have a little bit of recency bias, and myself included at times where we literally we had Terry Francona in here, and Tito was consistently 90 wins, not in that 90 or, more wins for the Cleveland Guardians a lot of years, or at least flirting with that 90 win total. And I think that's why Guardians fans are kind of a little like, we want to see more because we were so close. And then obviously the stuff goes on with Tito. He steps down for health concerns. Then he signs, because the manager for the Reds. And then, we're here with Stephen Vogt. So my last question for you real quick before we go to break, because we have we have Tuesday Top 5 coming up. We got to hear a few more words, of course, from our fantastic partners. But I have one more question.
Sure.
Ralphie Velasquez. I asked you last week. I asked the guys on main event, Double A and Rob. At this point, he's mashing the hell out of the ball. He's mashing the hell out of the ball. Over 400 batting average in this stretch where he's on a hitting streak or an on-base streak as far as going into yesterday. Is Ralphie Velasquez, is it time to call him up? Because, you have a few things working. Just to add a little tidbit from what Rob brought up. You have, if you bring him up and he becomes part of the roster and they do have a lockout, he won't be able to do anything in terms of with team training. He could do his own training, but if they keep him down there, then he can technically do another season of minor league baseball. Where are your thoughts now with where the Guardians are at? Do you bring Ralphie Velasquez up?
I mean, I've been pretty vocal about it. I think you do it. I don't think you worry about a couple of weeks here and there to, whatever, to save whatever, the time. I can't stand that about baseball. I just think I don't know. Well, it's, by the way, it's 5-3 now. So the Guardians, they're on the board.
Okay. All right.
How they scored. I get that update, but it is 5-3. So I think and it looks like they've, pretty sustained inning, not like a 3, run shot or anything. It looks like they're putting some runs on the board. So maybe they'll come back tonight. But with Velasquez, I think that you need a little bit of shot in the arm, right? And maybe, I don't know. I'm on the fence about this one, to be honest with you now. At first I said, call Velasquez up. But if 6 out of 7, 5 in a row, right? You get this winnable stretch of games that you're in. It depends on how the White Sox do right there, but it's like it's all about, do you hit the panic alarm, right? And not the panic alarm in the sense that the season's over, let's shut it down and let's see what these guys have. It's kind of hitting the panic alarm to be like, okay, we need this rush of power, because right now the Guardians are kind of developing some power hitters for the first time. They've got a few guys in the minors. You look at the power numbers, and you can look at the stats yourself. You can see guys 21, 17, 19 home. The power numbers are there, right? The OPS is there. They've got 4 or 5 guys that they're kind of developing right now that probably aren't ready for the major leagues right now. I'd say Velasquez would be the closest. But a lot of these guys, maybe their ETA would have been 2027, but with the lockout, likely 2028 now. So it's just, when do you decide you need that influx of power? And you can't bring a wave of these guys up. You got to bring up one at a time. And you have to make sure they're ready. You talked about the mental aspect of coming up to the major leagues and getting called up and going 0 for 14 with 11 strikeouts. That can push a lot of guys to get a lot better, or that can completely break guys.
Correct.
And go, I was hitting in AAA and I didn't even touch a major league pitcher. Now what the hell, right? What do I do? Baseball hitting is it's hard. It's hard to put a round barrel of a bat on a round baseball. It's really tough. And it turns out the guys on the mound are trying to get you out. So I think it's just all about when you kind of hit that alarm and go, okay, we need the influx of power now. Let's hit the button and hope we get it. And just, the future is the future. But right now is our window. If if we get in, we've got the pitching maybe to do this. Let's find that one piece offensively that might put us over the edge. And they've been struggling to find that with injuries this year.
And you bring up, my final point on this before we go to break, you brought up about, what could damage a young prospect's career in Major League Baseball. You saw Cooper Ingle absolutely having a rough time out there in left field, catching the ball defensively. Wasn't really good at the plate. Now he's back down in AAA, trying to find his footing. I wonder if they try to switch him back to catcher, his primary position. But you've seen other guys that shine. Travis Bazzana, Angel Hernandez had a pretty solid run up here in the major leagues for the most part. So you see some of that as well. You have the injury to Hoskins, a few weeks, or about a week and a half ago or so, and I know he's going to be returning, but you have guys that maybe instead of platooning, and I know Nathaniel Lowe has been helping out at times, or Nate Lowe, whatever we're allowed to call him anymore, but, maybe Ralphie Velasquez, Ralphie Velasquez is the answer, though. Maybe he's a guy that, you can move Lowe to DHing, Hoskins DHing, something like that, and have that in your rotation. Just be deep at the defensive designated hitter spot and get Velasquez in there, because he's a pretty sound defender, too. So that's what I'm curious about. Other thing to mention before we go to break here, Chad, because we're up against it. You were wondering how the Guardians got the runs? Well, I'll tell you. Travis Bazzana.
They didn't eat lettuce, did they?
No.
Okay.
No.
Made me nervous, man. Okay.
No.
All right. We'll move on.
Travis Bazzana doubled the center, scored scored one. Patrick Bailey sends Quan to third, and then Jose Ramirez doubled and brought Bazzana and Quan home. That makes it 5-3. Guardians down 5-3, top of the fourth, 2 outs. They're still trying to find a few more, and they got a runner on second right now. So we'll keep an eye on that throughout the rest of our show. Maybe AA will give you some updates as well. Maybe he'll have his Guardians jersey on, and we'll see what kind of mood AA's in tonight. Of course, he's coming up at 11:30 at the bottom half of the hour for Midnight Run, 11:30 to 1 a.m., but we are not done yet. In fact, we are just getting started. When we come back, we have Tuesday Top 5. We are so excited to bring it to you. This is an interesting one in a good way. We used interesting in a bad way earlier. This is interesting in a good way. But we're going to come back here after a few words from our partners, go over Tuesday Top 5, and put a bow on this Tuesday edition of Inside Edge Primetime. That's Chad Bryan to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We are back in the saddle, saddle adjacent here on the Inside Edge Network, right after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan, am I right? You're right. Everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We are back in the saddle, on the saddle, saddle adjacent. Of course, we paid tribute to the one and only Dolly Parton earlier tonight. Dolly Parton passed away at the age of 80 after a brief battle with cancer. Her team reported. Multiple sources, multiple outlets had the report afterwards. But Dolly Parton, a legend, as I said earlier, not only in music, but also a legend in life, a human being legend. She will dearly, dearly be missed, greatly missed by everybody. So we talked about Dolly Parton. We talked about Jed York. Jed York, he was in the news for a bad reason, real bad reason. We talked about that, of course, earlier on. We talked some Gardos, the Guardians, in full swing, and they're heating up, by the way, folks. Heating up since when we started that last segment, to when we ended it.
They were no doubt listening, yeah.
Exactly. One more thing on the Guardians before we pivot here to Tuesday Top 5. Papa Moon texted me during the break, and I was like, all right, well, Papa Moon's obviously, an avid listener. He's always checking it out here, the evening stream. He's locked in. We're going to get him maybe here on the evening stream on prime time, maybe past his bedtime sometimes. He's up tonight, however, and he sent me this, and this is courtesy of at MLB Elites _ on Twitter. 16 years ago today, Armando Galarraga, he could have had the perfect game.
Yeah.
And he did not.
Yes.
He, in fact, got
Jim
robbed
Joyce.
on a call by Jim Joyce.
Yep.
And the Indians at the time, Guardians now, still lost that game, I believe 3-0, but they did not get perfectoed by Galarraga. Yeah. It was a big discussion, and you wonder with Galarraga, he kind of trailed off a little bit after that. You wonder, certain things in a career, you wonder how much it really meant. I know it's one game, but you wonder sometimes. Nonetheless, that happened 16 years ago today, Chad Brown.
Yeah.
How about that?
By the way, both sides I thought handled that. I mean, in an absolutely exemplary fashion. Yes. Jim Joyce admitted he missed the call. Galarraga forgave him the very next night on the field. Man, it's baseball. Things happen. You're going to miss some calls. Clearly wasn't intentional, right? It's a mistake. It happens. And I just thought both sides handled that really, really well at the time. I just wanted to mention that too.
Heck yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. And they shook hands after, came out the next day.
Yeah.
Met at the meeting and all that. A lot of great stuff there. And unfortunate for Galarraga, not going to lie, cool for the Guardians. I did not want to have that happen. So I'm just going to be real.
It's a tough place to be in history. I've seen that happen to the Braves a couple times and stuff.
So we'll take it. But nonetheless, yeah, a little factoid for everybody, courtesy of Papa Moon, looking on Twitter and MLB Elites _ on Twitter. So how about that? All right, let's dive into it. Tuesday Top 5, Chad Bryan.
Let's do it. First of all, I want to tell you a programming note. During the break right there,
oh my God,
I typically go over to the media assets. And I'm like, let me make sure everything's in line. And I had edited a video earlier, and then I found out that I can enter them here, and then I can delete them off of where they take up space on my computer. I can keep somewhere else. So someone, maybe it was me, I don't know. My video got deleted out of the media assets, so I had to edit the video again during the break. I just put together an edit in about a minute and a half, and started to load it in, and it loaded in right as our comeback intro music, or our comeback music, was kind of finishing up there. And I was like,
that's right.
Woo, that was close. So I had
everybody loves
for tonight's Tuesday Top 5, and it's finally back in there, so we're all good.
Hey, everybody loves a good comeback story. That's what we're talking about.
I was sweating over here, not just because it's really hot in the studio. I was nervous on that one. Okay. But it is Tuesday. It's time for the Tuesday Top 5. It's the final Tuesday Top 5 of August of 2026. Not that that means anything. That was just fun to say. So let me put up the graphic first of all. And I thought, after last night's show got a little bit heavy. Yeah. And that's okay. That's going to happen from time to time, right? We have certain things that we're very passionate about, that maybe we're angry about. That we have this platform, we get to talk, and sometimes it's good to get that stuff off your chest, and we did that last night. And I thought, we don't want to go back into the doom and gloom tonight. What can we do that maybe just a little lighter mood, maybe very possibly funny tonight, right? We can talk about top 5 what. So I came up with, because I saw a video earlier in the week that kind of sparked my interest, and we decided to go with the Tuesday Top 5. It's going to be accidental Zoom filters. You ever seen some of these videos where, and sometimes they're not accidental. I think there was a professor at Michigan or whatever, put himself up as a potato. I thought that was pretty funny. Anyway, we'll get into it. It doesn't matter. It's the Tuesday Top 5. It's accidental Zoom filters. We've all been there, right? You're sitting in a perfectly professional Zoom meeting, camera on. You're trying to look like you have your life together, and suddenly you realize you've been sitting there for like 5 minutes looking like a potato. We just said that, right? Well, today I'm going to count down, like I said, the top 5 funniest Snapchat type filters to accidentally get used on Zoom calls, because nothing says, I take this quarterly budget meeting seriously. Maybe Jed York when he was at Guggenheim, quite like having a banana for a face. Maybe Jed York now. Anyway, sorry, that's enough red sport. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Number 5.
Okay.
Nothing says I have no idea how this happened quite like becoming a pickle. Right? You're all of a sudden you're in the Zoom meeting, and suddenly you're up there and you got eyes and a mouth, and you're a pickle, right? You're trying to explain your sales projections while everyone else is staring at what appears to be a giant dill just floating in the corner of the screen, right? And it's always like a G. And somehow you're still expected to finish the presentation. No one can take it seriously. But there you are. You're a pickle on the screen for our number 5.
And you wonder, is it bread and butter? Like, what kind of pickle is it? Like, you mentioned dill, but there's a lot of different pickles.
A lot of different pickles,
I mean, people have different tastes, and I just, I think of, and I know VeggieTales, later he was a cucumber, but that's like the closest thing I could think of.
That's
like
what I pictured too. That's the same thing, right? I mean, come on. It's a pickle. It's the same thing. It's just not pickled yet.
Sure is.
That's fair. All right, well, number 4. Number 4, I'm just going to give it to you. Look, we did color-coded message. It's the banana, right? When you end up as a banana. Not the Savannah bananas, but the banana is perfect because it's just absurd enough, really, to completely derail a meeting, right? Imagine your boss, like, we're in here. Well, let's say we're AA, He's like, Chad, do you have anything to add? We got this meeting over there, and I'm like, and I respond from inside a banana, right? Like, technically, yes. Professionally, absolutely not. No, I've been checked out the whole meeting. I'm a banana, AA, or Al Anthony, whoever you are.
Yeah, Alfred. I don't know, man. But are you in the banana, or are you the banana?
Oh, that's a good point. I think that's an existential question. We don't really have time to get into that tonight. I think that's a good existential question, though.
And is the peel part of the banana, or is it just the clothes of the banana?
I think it's the outfit. It's you do an outfit check with the banana, right? And you're like, hey, how do I look in my yellow tights? And you're like, amazing, bro, right? Like, he's like, how's my potassium look? Does it look good?
Yeah, no, for real. I mean, my goodness, dude, that's actually really, really funny. And you know what? Somewhere, Gwen Stefani's thinking BANANAN.
Yeah, and then we're off the air.
NAS.
Yes, there we go.
We're spelling today. BANANAS. One of the greatest songs, like, growing up, was hearing that song with Gwen Stefani, because she isn't a holla back girl.
She is a holla back girl. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm gonna start quoting. Yeah, let's stay away from the Gwen Stefani quotes, but that's fine. I was gonna do it. Let's not get into it. Let's move on to number 3. I feel like that's important to do, right? We're running out of time.
I love Gwen Stefani and No Doubt, though. Let's be real. All right,
yeah,
back to you.
Yeah, No Doubt. Gwen Stefani Gwen Stefani's amazing anyway. It doesn't matter. Okay, number 3. This one is especially dangerous because for about 3 seconds, everyone in the meeting thinks you're holding an actual slice of pizza, right? Like directly in front of your face. And then they realize it's a filter. Now the meeting's turned into a discussion about who ordered lunch. You see pizza, you get hungry. Maybe that's how I operate. Really, honestly, we talk or see, and if I talk about or see any food, if I just think food, it's like a subliminal message in my own brain, right? Like popcorn pops in. Now I want popcorn. That's it. I'm done. And I can't scratch that itch until I get some popcorn. So yeah, number 3 is the slice of pizza.
Okay. All right. Look, and you can't go wrong whether you're pepperoni, cheese, or anything in between. You slice of pizza, you can't really go wrong. You're at least a lot of people's favorite food. So they may be mad, but they're mad because they're hungry and it's morning meeting. Your lunch is a few hours away. It's like, come on, man, for real? You couldn't have just been something else, like for real? For real?
Yeah. I really thought you were going to stick with the rhyme routine, right? And just say pepperoni, cheese, whatever you please, right? And by the way, when we talk about it tomorrow night, when we get the rhyme about the Roku, I'm going to need that in haiku form.
Okay,
we gotta up our game a little bit.
I will. And honestly, okay. I was gonna go with the rhyme, and I was a little nervous after I said BANANAS, but I started saying I was saying A and N a lot, so I naturally wanted to say N again after the A, and it's S because that is bananas, like Gwen Stefani. All right,
they're
back
not
to
banana
the
na. Yeah, it doesn't go like that. Yeah.
What's number 2, Chad Bryan?
I don't know. I didn't finish the list. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, cool.
Number 2 is the classic. I never follow through. Nothing has really ever destroyed workplace credibility faster than accidentally turning yourself into a little kitty cat, right? When you're trying to discuss a very important project. Sorry, everyone, I'm having some technical difficulties. It's much harder to say when you have whiskers, pointy ears, and the facial expression of a cat that just knocked over a glass. And if you don't believe me, I brought a visual aid. Okay. You know what? Let's just take a look. I think most of you have probably seen this video, but let's take a quick, less than a minute look at this. This is kind of what this looks like in action.
Mr. Ponton, I believe you have a filter turned on in the video settings. You might want to take
we're trying to. Can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I think it's a filter.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I've got my assistant here. She's trying to, but I'm prepared to go forward with it. I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
I can see that. I think if you click the up arrow next to the
Oh no, Chad, you're muted. No. You're muted. Oh, there you go. You're back.
I'm here live. I'm not on mute. Yeah, no, I'm here live. I'm not a cat. It's possibly one of my favorite lines of anything that I've ever seen. I love just the pause from everyone in the room. Like everyone's like, okay, how's the rest of this meeting? Let's end this. Let's call this right now. That's one of my favorite videos, honestly. It's short, it's sweet, but it is hilarious to me.
That was hilarious. And my only thoughts on that are, he said, I promise I'm not a cat. And the judge's like, I see that. But the judge was actually BSing because you didn't see that. You saw a cat.
You didn't know he wasn't a cat. No way to know that at that point. No way to know that's not a talking cat. How would you even know? Yeah.
And maybe that guy has done something dastardly. I don't really know, obviously, the story of whatever he got in trouble for, why he was going to court, whatever. But
I think he may have been an attorney, honestly, on the meeting. I think he was an attorney.
Okay.
Because he said my assistant's trying to do, and I can't imagine a guy who's just in trouble, like, oh, I have my assistant here trying to, like who's that guy, right? Like, what's he doing?
I don't know, but how can you be mad at a cat? How can you be mad?
I think that was the whole thing. His assistant was like, hey, watch this. Okay, we're going to pull off they can't be mad at a cat. Like, you're not prepared for this meeting at all. Like, you have none of the discovery material, nothing. You have nothing ready. Just click the cat filter. Everything will be fine. So that's why kitty cat is number 2.
Okay. All right.
How do you even do that? How do you even accidentally put? Anyway, it doesn't matter. We got to get to number 1. It doesn't matter. Number 1 is the undisputed champion, Eli. Okay. As we come back here real quick, the potato filter is just, it's. I think it's what happens when technology takes one look at your professional career and says, you know what, potato. You could try restarting Zoom. You could turn the camera off. You could do whatever you want. You can leave the meeting entirely. You leave the whole meeting, but someone's already taken a screenshot of your little potato face, and that picture is going to live for absolutely forever. Because when you accidentally activate a filter on Zoom, Eli, you don't just lose your dignity. You become the meeting. You are now the meeting.
Yeah.
So number 1 is potato.
Yeah, and all ears, eyes are on you, literally like a potato. I mean, this is crazy, bro. I couldn't.
How do you
imagine.
accidentally? Is there like I've never seen in Zoom where you can even do the. I tried. I looked for them one time. I used to use Zoom a lot, and I couldn't even find. Like I don't know how to use the. I don't know where they even come from. I don't know how you accidentally turn yourself into a pickle, a banana, a slice of pizza. I wouldn't mind being a slice of pizza. Well, you don't want to eat yourself, but whatever. A kitty cat. A potato. I don't know how you become these things. It's ridiculous. I'm going to bring us back. But that's the Tuesday top 5, the accidental Zoom filter.
What the hell? Chad.
What is that?
Chad.
Oh, man.
You're a potato. You're literally a potato. Chad, we just did Tuesday top 5 about you don't want this to happen. Let me remind you. Pickle, banana, slice of pizza, kitty cat, and potato. You're literally, you're maybe my best spud. I don't even know. Like,
yeah, I've got my assistant here trying to. I'm here live. I'm not actually a potato. Hold on. I'm trying to. Just up arrow.
I love what you did with your hair. You look great.
It's not bad. My purse matches my skirt. I'm not doing bad here at all, really.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm just gonna stay like this for the rest of the show. I don't know how to fix it anyway.
Good news is we don't have much of the show left, bud. I don't know what the hell you're gonna explain to your wife or the kids.
The best part is Double A's face sitting down right now and looking at his screen and going, "The hell? Am I baked right now? No, I'm baked. Double A, I'm baked. I'm the potato. I mean, this is ridiculous. There he is. Oh my god."
Yes. So, do you need the IT department first or the HR department? What do we need first?
I need someone from the cafeteria.
No, that's our worst nightmare. I need a new co-host. Don't take him to the cafeteria.
Dude, one of our pillars here at the network is mental health, and we will glad to help you out, Mr. Potato.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'm feeling a little mashed right now. Yeah.
My Lord. If this is not a bad, 3 a.m. movie right now.
Double A. I started with Chad Bryan. I ended with one of my best spuds. I mean, this is crazy.
Paula Potato? Is that what that word?
I mean, my goodness, bro.
Hey, shout out to Big Chuck and Little John.
Yeah.
Shout out to them. I mean, I feel like we're about to lead into a crappy movie. And a skit gone wrong here.
Well, I mean, that's why you got to get baked first, and then you go into that's fine. Everything's fine.
See what I mentioned our very first meeting. And I said, you want to prepare, you want to make sure you're doing everything right, you want to make sure you're prepped, and that you're in this 100%, 110%. And then I also said, there are things that happen when you watch adult swim after midnight.
Does anybody remember the frog?
I mean, my goodness. My goodness. I guess, we was going to have a programming announcement later in the week. Here's one. Our new 1 a.m. show.
Yeah. The primetime potato.
I want to thank you, Double A, for that honor. I'll be ready for that. I'll be ready.
Thank you. Chad, crack kills.
I mean, Double A. Chad has a little bit more sass. Don't you agree? A little bit more sass now that he's a potato. Like Potato Chad's got a little bit more oomph, little more.
Yeah.
The purse swinging's really throwing me off.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. Like my hair going. There it goes.
I hope we get him back by tomorrow.
I wonder what this guy thinks of Deshaun Watson.
Oh no! Yeah, no, don't make the potato angry.
Oh yeah, no, I'm going back to the house.
Yeah, just put me in a bowl of gravy and just let me. You'll see the last one. Boop, 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 boop. That'll be it.
Everything's better with gravy. I'll tell you.
Everything. Everything. If I gotta go, I'm going to a bowl of gravy.
By the way, Mr. Potato and Eli.
Yes. What a hell of a bring-in. Hey, Mr. Potato and Eli. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I looked up Anthony Alford on Wikipedia, the baseball player. And first off, it was surreal seeing my name in Wikipedia. Surreal. And then when you guys were talking about, is this the real Anthony? On the ticker at the bottom, Midnight Run with Anthony Alford, 11:30. So, like, have people expecting. I was this close to attending a Columbus Clippers game where Anthony Alford was playing. And we were going to, in 2022, we were going to go balls to the wall, get his jersey. And obviously, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
We would have had Alford, and
man,
I would have been going to Cooperstown. I was ready.
Double A, my goodness. I mean, that would be the closest thing to having a clone that I could think of, is literally having the same exact name. Insane.
I was ready to go to Cooperstown. You know, and like before, he was with the Pirates. His first, let me make sure I got this right here. His very first start as a Pittsburgh Pirate back on August 27th, 2020, he homered.
Okay, I mean.
Very first start.
Pretty good.
All right.
Off and running. He's currently looking for a team right now. So if we need any help, any assistance.
Just the timing just tricks me up a little bit. You mentioned the debut in 2020. I don't know where you were on that specific date. And just odd that he's looking for a team right now while you're... Anyways, we know you're the real Double A, all jokes aside. And we are excited for you to get rocking and rolling. I don't know how I ended up next to a potato. This is how things go. I'm going to switch the studio, see if we all stay. We should all stay.
We should all stay.
Okay, chill out, potato.
Okay,
chill out.
Just funny what happens when you get high.
Oh
how's that song go?
Yeah, I was going to co-host a show, but then
you got high.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you this before I go.
Okay.
I'm going to go jump into a bowl of salad. I'm hoping to avoid the raisins because why the hell?
Yeah.
And second, I just realized that being a female potato, I would guess if you looked up, we'll have to do the top 5 sides at some point. I realized that I am right now, because potatoes are a very popular side dish, right? I am the ultimate side chick right now.
Yes. Yeah, my top go-to are mashed potatoes. In fact, later on Smash or Pass, we had to call it audible. Because I showed Eli what the Smash or Pass, what we were projecting it to be, and then I got news today. So that one will be moved to tomorrow. The one you're going to see tonight deals with mashed potatoes in a way that you're not expecting.
And
whoa. What do you mean?
And no Chad Bryans were harmed in the making of this video, hopefully. So
I'm giving you a very cross look right now.
We will show it to you later in the show. Oh, Mr. Potato, final question for you. Then we'll switch up. If you can't tell, I'm trying to stall. The A block topic is Deshaun Watson. If I'm on purpose, I'm stalling.
Fair enough. Let's stall until about 12:50 if we can.
12. Dude,
I can't be here for Smash or Pass. I can't see.
No.
I can't see my family like that. Right?
Potato. Oh
not
my
doing that.
goodness.
I've heard first off that Smash or Pass is a very troubling segment for you, Chad, off air.
Yeah. It invokes a lot of feelings I have about eating. And it turns out I have to do this every day, but I feel like I do it more often than most people. So really, you're digging right at my. It's like if I told you, "Hey, I'm trying to stop gambling," and you're like, "Hey, well, the show's brought to you by BetMGM." I'm like, well, that's not fair. Right? I'm trying to support the network, and I go, "Hey, Smash or Pass? Here's a brisket sandwich." Like, I'm not going to want to smash that. That's ridiculous.
Well, Chad, on the bottom of the screen, we'll put the phone number down, or you can get help.
Yeah. Exactly. And look, Chad, we don't want to, butter you up or anything like that, or create a.
That's exactly what he needs. He needs to be buttered. He's
I'm a little salty right now. I'm a little salty to be honest.
Right now.
Yeah. We might. Yeah. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, hopefully that's it for Inside Edge Prime Time.
No, Chad. Okay. One more legitimate question. One more legitimate question. I'm sorry.
Legitimate questions. He's a freaking potato.
But this is a real question. So, at some point, I would like to start an Inside Edge Network adult league, a sports league.
Yes.
What particular sports or events would you be interested in that you feel like you could still participate in?
I got one.
Well, I don't know how I'm holding I don't have arms or legs. I don't know what I'm going to. How am I holding this purse? What is that attached to?
I got one. Hot potato, Double A.
Hot potato.
And we already got somebody that can do it. Just don't tell them.
That was my finger on my cheek. You couldn't see it though.
Oh my goodness.
Is that a serious question?
Yes.
I would love to I haven't played softball in a few years, man. So let's get some softball going.
All right.
Oh,
All right, it's going on the list. Yeah, it's going. Hey, we take all consideration here on the Inside Edge
Pickleball.
Network.
I want to try pickleball.
Hey, easy.
Oh, we should get into eating contests. Eating contests. We should do that.
I like the eating contest.
Yes,
Okay.
eating
I like
leagues.
that.
Look at my eyes.
Different-
My eyes actually lit up.
I see.
Sweating.
Now, pickleball, you might start a fight like you did yesterday with our 9 o'clock host.
I don't know that I started that. I'm not sure I did. And besides, I'm a potato. I had nothing to do with any of that. I'm a potato. It wasn't me.
Because
sorry,
I'm gonna.
Kyle. I mean, come on.
I'm gonna bring this question up to every host and talent here on the network. I'll ask Eli later.
Yeah,
but I know Kyle. He's gonna want like competitive sports like basketball and tennis.
I'll play some basketball. Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know if my body can hold up with basketball.
Mine can't, but I'll try. Yeah.
That's right. It's the effort. It's the
I'll
effort
go down
that
swinging.
matters.
Oh, that's the wrong sport though. I'll go down swinging. I'll probably get kicked out of the gym too. But whatever, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, and the bad thing is, I don't know how you're gonna swing. You have no arms. You're a potato. All right.
Well, I'll just do this.
That's gonna do it.
All right, Eli, do your job.
Chad Bryan back tomorrow with all of you. I'll be back with Chad. Hopefully he's not a potato tomorrow. Hopefully he's back to Chad Bryan. 10 o'clock.
Our new 1 a.m. host right there.
And of course, Midnight Run with our program director, our bro. You see him all the way to the right. He'll be in the middle of the screen doing Midnight Run with, Double A Anthony Alford. He'll be rocking and rolling. A lot to get into. A lot to cover all the way to 1 a.m. And you'll see him with station identification and then his pretty cool intro coming up right after this. Chad, figure it out. Figure it out. I don't know how you're a potato. All right. See
We'll see what happens tomorrow night. I have no idea. Yep.
All right. Midnight Run. Next.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, folks, welcome to Midnight Run. I still can't believe what we just saw there for the last 10 minutes. Welcome to Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. It is great to have you along. My name's Anthony Alford, and welcome aboard right here on this Tuesday, August 25th, turning into August 26th. Glad you are with us. And as always, we are live every single weeknight at Inside Edge Net on Twitter and YouTube. If you're watching us on YouTube, remember right underneath this video, there's a notification bell. There's a little bell there. You hit that bell, you get to follow, lock in. Anything that we do, whether it's long form shows or cuts, we have you covered right there. And again, just like and subscribe across all of our social media platforms, including TikTok at Inside Edge Net. Also, we have our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. A lot of great information you can find there, including our merchandise store. And if you're on the Roku, search Inside Edge Network. Inside Edge Network, we have a Roku app there. You can take us on the go wherever you may be with the Roku app locked in. Again, just search Inside Edge Network. Glad to have you with us here with you until 1 o'clock here on the East Coast. My producer is Eli Moon. You'll see him from time to time. You just saw him during Inside Edge Prime Time. He's also the assistant program director here at the Inside Edge Network, and Eli will be fully responsible for putting together our new 1 a.m. show featuring our new potato. Now, I'm not touching that show. Are you kidding me? I am not touching it. Out of your mind. All right. Coming up later in the show, ESP. Actually, we might give you a Guardians update if the Guardians are able to come back and maybe get the W. They were down 5-0. Last check, they closed the gap just a little bit. It's 5-3 at our last check with the Angels leading still, but we'll see kind of what happened. Little note real quick that I learned from Rob Ruzicki. And thank you, Eli. Now 6-5 Angels in the 6th inning, top of the 6th. Little note I learned from Rob Ruzicki listening to him on WTAM. And of course, you can hear Rob along with myself and Eli on the main event, 9 o'clock Central or Mountain Time here on the network. Now, he had mentioned Jose Ramirez on the road in terms of converting homers. He has had the most success at Angel Stadium and in San Diego. So we'll see if that comes into play. But over time in his career, Jose Ramirez's career, he has converted more homers in Los Angeles or Anaheim with the Angels or at Angel Stadium and in San Diego. So a little nugget there I learned from Rob Ruzicki on WTAM. So that was pretty cool. Also, you've been hearing us talking about it all throughout the night. Of course, the passing of Dolly Parton, passing away earlier today. Brief battle with cancer, man. Even to the point where, we've been hearing news like, close loved ones, even they found the news to be a little unexpected just because, yeah, she was sick, but ain't, cancer and everything. Man, F cancer. Screw it. Oh, man, that sucks. But we'll play a little video for you later in the show. She made an appearance on the Tonight Show a few years back, and she revealed that she has one more song that she's going to release. But we're going to have to wait for it for a little bit. But we'll play that video for you coming up in the next hour. Just because he is named the starting quarterback does not mean I have to accept it. It doesn't mean that I'm not a Browns fan. It doesn't mean I'm not going to root for the team. But this whole idea that, oh, Deshaun Watson is now the starter, I have to sit here and like it and accept it, the heck with that. And that's what we'll start with here tonight. There is no world where I'm going to sit here and hear the PR of, well, he's a great guy in the locker room. He's this, he's that. He could do this. And he made a few plays in practice. And I need to see it on the field. Now, I want to make something perfectly clear. Because now you got fans turning on fans. If you've noticed today on social media, now you got other fans coming out and saying, oh, well, if Deshaun wins games and you still boo him in week 3 when he's, during the home opener, you're not a real fan. Shut the hell up. With all due respect, shove it. Okay? We played the Jimmy Donovan clip yesterday. You're allowed to cheer or boo for whoever you want. If you pay a ticket, you are allowed to cheer or boo for whoever you want. But at the end of the day, you're still a fan. You still want the best product on the field. And to be frank, yes, if he's able to, by sheer miracle, put together winning football, and by sheer miracle, he's 2-0, like some people have talked into existence that he's going to be 2-0 going into the home opener, yeah, we're going to be a little bit more happier. Do you really believe that, though? Come on now. Come on. I more so believe that Chad Bryant's going to launch a potato show at 1 a.m. than I believe that Deshaun Watson is going to start the season 2-0. The way that he has looked in the preseason, the way, honestly, that he has looked in the last several seasons here in Cleveland. Come on now. Let's cut this out. Let's cut this out. Again, we had a performative a tryout session, quarterback camp, quarterback competition between Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. Todd Monken, in my mind, And in the eyes of the front office, the eyes of teammates, the eyes of everybody, including Shedeur, in the eyes of everyone, Deshaun Watson was always going to be QB1. The Browns, however, tried to be cute and try to play both sides. And I don't mean both sides in terms of, oh, are you going to start Deshaun or are you going to start Shedeur? They tried to play both sides because they knew the fans were going to be absolutely pissed when they named Deshaun the starter. So they paraded out this whole quarterback competition so they could sell tickets for Browns football this fall. And then after most of you have bought your tickets, oh, now Deshaun is going to be the starter. You knew Deshaun was going to be the starter back in late July, June, May, even March. This quarterback competition was fake. There was no QB competition. The only good that came out of it, if anything, was for experience purposes. Shedeur did get more reps. So you had a little bit of good there, but it came at the expense of the guy who you have pinned as QB1 in the first place. So the deal is, don't tell the fans, hey, just get over it, deal with it. That's the guy. I already got the organization telling me to get over it. I don't need other fans trying to guilt trip me into seeing failure that you know is coming. Don't guilt trip me into, oh, failure's not going to happen. Come on now. And let's be real about this. I'm a Browns fan at the core. You're not going to find, if Deshaun by miracle starts 1-0, 2-0, I'm not coming on the air. I'm not doing midnight run on Monday night, coming on the air and saying, well, the Browns won. I'm not doing that. I'm going to be happy that the Browns won because besides the quarterback, I need the rest of the roster to develop too. I need Casey Concepcion to elevate. I also need Casey Concepcion to elevate because I have him in my fantasy football team, the rookie class. So I need him to elevate. I need Denzel Boston to elevate, except in the weeks where I'm facing Denzel Boston. I'm kidding. I need Denzel Boston to elevate. I need all these guys to elevate. It goes beyond the quarterback. But here's my homework assignment to all DW4 fans, Deshaun Watson fan, the ones who right now are talking themselves into a 2-0 start with Deshaun Watson. Here is my homework assignment. Chad Bryant every Tuesday, Inside Edge Primetime, you just saw it. They do a Tuesday top 5. They did a great job again tonight. Your homework assignment, you could tweet at me at Anthony Alfred 92 or comment here on the show. Give me your top 5 Deshaun Watson Cleveland Browns moments. Top 5. And it needs to come from 5 different games. Don't give me 4 stats from the Baltimore game back in 2023. I need 5 games. 5 different moments from 5 different games where Deshaun Watson had his top moments as a member of the Cleveland Browns. If you could present that to me and present evidence that, hey, in those 9 wins, there was something there with Deshaun. If you can present that to me, I will sit back and I will listen. If it's really compelling, I'll even bring you on the show. You have a guest appearance on this show, I will bring you on the show. If you can present to me 5 top-notch Deshaun Watson moments as a member of the Cleveland Browns. Don't give me the Houston days. Don't give me practice. Don't give me anything extra. I want in-game top 5 Deshaun Watson moments. Now, with that being said, I don't know if this video will play. I have it here on the side. I had to bring it in because It's the way that it was presented. See that circle of death? I don't know if it's going to play. We're going to find out here shortly on my end. But Adam Schefter was on with Pat McAfee. If it doesn't play, I'll summarize what he said. And he was, it was one of those hits. This is what's going on. Here's what happened. Take a close listen to what Schefter said about how long the Browns are married to Deshaun Watson. Let's see if this plays.
Money involved. They're married to Deshaun Watson.
We'll let the circle keep going here. Deshaun Watson doesn't want this to play. You see this? You see this? This is a conspiracy. This is a conspiracy against...
For better or worse, they don't have a choice.
Oh, no, we're going to let this next part play. We're going to let it play. For better or worse, they don't have...
The money in my mind is cemented the fact that he's going to be there now, and I would guess next year.
That's all I needed to hear right there. You cut it off right there. Did you hear that last part? Through the pausing and stuff? Eli, did you hear that last part? Now it's going to play when I have it off the screen. Whatever. You hear that last part? If I had to guess, Adam Schefter's words, he didn't just slip that in there. If I had to guess, Deshaun Watson, you are married to Deshaun Watson this year and next year. And you smart fans, you know that this year is the final year of the contract. So why was Schefter on Pat McAfee, ESPN's #1 show at this moment, why would he slip that in and say, you're married to Deshaun Watson this year and next year? We'll get your thoughts. I see Eli's head steaming right now on the screen there. We'll play that again for you coming up after the break.
Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Imported coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Hey guys, awesome show on Unfiltered today. We got into a lot of different things, including the bus driver shortage. A lot of people starting school this week, including my son tomorrow, Wednesday. It's kind of shocking. Some of the stories I've already heard about routes being 45 minutes late, some getting canceled, all of this stuff. So we talked a little bit more about that and what needs to happen. Still no deal for Fairview Schools and the union. That as well, and that crazy fight in Westlake too at the wedding this past weekend. We had a video. Yeah, it was wild. It was a little nuts. Coming up tomorrow on the program, another crazy scene that happened in Parma involving an old lady walking across the street in front of a school bus. We have that, and we have so much more on the way. All your latest news, all your latest talk, sports, everything, we got it for you right here, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, 9 p.m. tomorrow, your Wednesday, right here on the Inside Edge Network. I'll see you then.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, folks, welcome back to Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. And I always stress at this time, welcome back to Midnight Run, because that title screen you see there is correct. We now start at 11:30, Monday through Friday, right here on the Inside Edge Network. I'm going to ask Eli Moon to come on the screen because...
Yeah, I'm here. Don't worry, I'm here. What's up, bud? What's up?
So... we kind of buffered our way through a clip. And if you went through the buffering of the clip, there was a key little nugget in the buffering of the clip that if you missed it, you missed a key detail.
Yeah.
Let's recap. Deshaun Watson, how long is his contract?
It's up this year, at the end of this year.
It is up at the end of this year. There are, voidable, salary cap stuff in future years, but June 1st, 2027, the Browns more than likely could cut Deshaun Watson. Is that correct?
That would be absolutely correct, AA.
Okay. And we have heard from various sources that this could be a 2-week audition for Deshaun Watson, and if things don't work out, Shador could start week 3 in home opener. Can you confirm that? Or at least the rumors of it?
You sure can. Rumors, I've been hearing them. Same rumors. Hear them all over.
Okay.
All right.
Let's take a listen. Adam Schefter was on with Pat McAfee. Listen closely. Listen from the very beginning of the clip. If you miss it, you're going to miss a key element of this cut. Here we go.
The money in my mind has cemented the fact that he's going to be there now, and I would guess next year. If they had released him today, they would have had to eat $41 million against the cap this year and taken a dead hit next year of $86.21 million, one of the largest dead hits in the history of the NFL.
Double, you see, I'm literally steaming. Okay.
Play it one more time, courtesy of Pat McAfee and ESPN.
The money in my mind has cemented the fact that he's going to be there now, and I would guess next year. If they had released him today, they would have had to eat $41 million against the cap this year and taken a dead hit next year of $86.21 million, one of the largest dead hits in the history of the NFL.
You see the plan here. You see the plan. The plan ain't for the Browns to wrap this up by the end of this year. The plan is to bring him back. The plan, and I know I got blasted for this take a few weeks ago, and I hated the take, to be perfectly honest. But I said a few weeks ago on the main event, there is a very low benchmark for Deshaun Watson. The over-under for the Browns in Vegas is 5.5. If they hit 6 wins with Deshaun, he's coming back in 2027.
Double A. This can't happen. And first off, I will not allow my blood pressure to spike through the roof at midnight. I won't allow it. I just got done laughing at a potato, Chad Bryan. I will not go from that to this. I will not. I cannot. Double A, you saw the steam literally coming from my brain the first time we came back. That was actual steam. Just so I wasn't cooking in the background. I don't really cook. I got food to the side. It may been heated up. The steam is from my head because this can't be real. Like, we are living an upside down world. I've never seen Stranger Things, but it feels like this would be in that type of vibe. So you're mean to tell me, all respect to Adam Schefter and everything he's done, you mean to tell me that the Cleveland Browns are going to invest in a then, 32-year-old Deshaun Watson that year? With still, doesn't go away, 2 torn Achilles, a bad shoulder, and he can't read the field now. What's another year going to do? Let me breathe. Because when I think about this, I get insanely frustrated. And I think I speak on behalf of a lot of Browns fans when I say this will be the breaking point. You want to see the breaking point. People talk all the time about the breaking point. 2007 when Derek Anderson almost got to the playoffs, stole our hearts. Or 2013 under so-and-so was terrible. And Hugh Jackson and ass out at the lake, not great. That might be the breaking point. Freddie Kitchens, all losing Baker. This right here would be the breaking point for a lot of Browns fans. Because not only are you telling the Browns fans, screw you, essentially, again, we don't care about your opinion, but to say, and I understand it's just a theory you have, and I know you've been pretty spot on thus far, but if the Browns were to go, wow, Watson, you did a great job, you got 6 wins, I don't know how you bring him back. Especially when there's an out. There's an out in June. There's an out to get out of this contract. There's an out to getting to the fresh slate. If the Browns want to play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Thank you, Double A. That's what they're doing. Do they want to just see how far they can push the fan base till they break? Are they just trying to see how less that stadium can get filled week by week? I was there Saturday, Double A. 25 to 30% of the stadium at most was there. I understand the rain and everything. That's never stopped Browns fans before from being out there, especially for a nicer type of weather game, considering we field negative degree weather in December. There was nobody damn near in that stadium. People could have moved down to a different seat, and nobody probably would have batted an eye. That's how empty it was.
Nobody would have cared. And on top of everything else, the Browns' home schedule, if you just look at the dates, not even opponents, if you just look at the dates, the home dates are extremely backloaded. We're talking, let's see, week 3 is the home opener. They don't have another home game until mid-October. And then they have a stretch from mid-November through mid-December where they have 4 straight home games. If you only have 2 wins by mid-November, Brown Stadium is going to be a ghost town. It's going to be a ghost town. But I just want to make something clear.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Schefter, who's plugged in, somebody's leaking something. He is as plugged in as anybody. Said again that, let's play what he said one more time. Let's play what he said from his
money
mouth.
in my mind has cemented the fact that he's going to be there now, and I would guess next year. If they had released him today, they would have had to eat $41 million against the this year and taken a dead hit next year of $86.21 million, one of the largest dead hits in the history of the NFL.
Again, courtesy of Pat McAfee, ESPN. This year, and if I had to guess, next year, somebody leaked that to him.
Sure.
You don't just say that out of thin air and just let it pass by.
Sure. I get that.
He's
I get that, but Double A.
No, here's my thing. Here's my thing. I 100% agree with you because you're speaking logic.
Mm-hmm.
You're speaking logic to the situation, which means you're wrong.
I mean,
do you get my logic?
I get your logic because we live under a world where Jimmy Haslam's the owner of the Cleveland Browns, and that's what it comes down to. And here's the reality of the situation. Go ahead. Yep.
So, because I'll let you get what you have to say in just a moment.
Yeah.
Because I think it's very important. If we're already not at the breaking point, which most fans are, after Deshaun Watson said this.
I mean, I didn't have no reaction. I think the biggest thing is, I think you guys know too, and I think the whole world knows. It has nothing to do about the performance. It's a little bit personal than that. So I think that's it's a disrespectful thing. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep whatever I feel with me and my family internally on how I feel about that. And yeah, just move on.
But don't you think, Deshaun, that winning and playing better would eliminate some of that booing?
Last time I played on this field, I tore my Achilles. And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt. So does that have to do with, what does that have to do with anything about performance? When a person get hurt, especially for your own city, and they cheer.
Does any of that make you regret coming here?
No, I don't regret anything in my life. You know, I think the Lord put me through situations for a reason, so I don't regret anything at all. But you know, I had different thoughts on how it was going to be, but you know, it is what it is. You know, sometimes the tables turn, and I'm patient enough because I'm a child of God to wait for that time to change. So I'm not tripping on it.
So that guy on Saturday, and if you watched the show yesterday, I already acknowledged that whole PR presser that he had yesterday, that doesn't exist in my mind. What he said on Saturday publicly is how he feels about you, the fans, about me.
Mm-hmm.
He took a personal shot at me,
mm-hmm.
took a personal shot at you, took a personal shot at every single Browns fan watching. And Adam Schefter still went on ESPN airwaves on Pat McAfee and said down below, he's going to be here now, and I would guess next year. We know everything that's at stake. You don't just say that and just let that slip by. This is the plan. That's why this whole quarterback battle was fake. All of this is fake. All of it. Shador never had a chance.
I mean, here's the reality of the situation. people are going to check out. I mean, that's just what, if they haven't already, they're going to check out. A large group of the fan base checked out when Deshaun Watson was brought here. People have started to check out now that he's a starter again this year, and just hoping maybe it's just a 2-week run, or at worst, half the season. I mean, something like that. To bring him back, and we talked about it, about a potential multi-year extension maybe for Deshaun Watson, looking into keeping him long-term, make him a long-term Brown, retire as a Brown. The guy doesn't want to be here. He doesn't play well enough to remain here past this year, let alone be on the roster this year. And it's just a disrespectful, we want to talk about disrespectful and personal. That's what the Browns front office is doing right now with the Cleveland Browns fan base. We have sat here and watched. We talked about 42 quarterbacks. 42. Derek Anderson's on that list. Cole McCoy's on that list. Brandon Whedon's on that list. Jake Delhomme's on that list. Seneca Wallace. Deshaun Watson is the biggest stain on this franchise at quarterback since 1999. It is worse. He is worse than Johnny Manziel and Billy Vegas. He is worse than Brian Hoyer. He is worse than anything I could think of. Jeff Garcia, Tim Couch. There are levels to this. And if the Browns want to mess around and they want to think that the fan base, I understand, AA, it's just your theory. I'm not saying you agree with that. I'm not saying this is what you want to happen. But
I just want to make perfectly clear, if I haven't already, I hate all of this.
I know.
I hate absolutely all of this.
Correct.
But it is my job also to forecast what's going to happen. I 90% of what I forecasted, I've hated it, but 90% of what I've forecasted has happened.
Well, then guess what? Get ready for blacked out games next year. If not this year, if he starts longer than 2-3 games, middle of the season, get ready for the Browns to they're going to have a serious discussion if they're going to even air Browns games on the air. There are situations where games get blacked out. Ask the Chargers how that goes. And if you think team fan bases don't just check out on a franchise, ask the Athletics ownership how that's going. To think that the Browns fans were so freaking dumb that we'll sit here and just go, well, we'll get over it. We'll get over it. You know, and it's going to work out, and it's going to work out. So what happens when it doesn't? What happens when it doesn't? And it is, even if this theory, I understand, you know, you're just delivering what you forecast.
Let me interject real quick. The problem of what happens if it doesn't work, they're still going to sign them. Because this quarterback plan is illogical. Like, it doesn't make any lick of sense. Because what? They're going to bottom out. Mm-hmm. They're going to bottom out. And they're going to probably still sign him and still draft a quarterback in the 2027 draft. Make that kid sit. So imagine, oh man.
That's foolish though, because the definition of insanity is doing the same shit over and over again.
That's what they do, Eli.
I get it, but but the whole discussion we're having, real quick, the whole discussion we're having though is that fans are tired of it. So the Browns can continue to do what they want to do, and fans have every right to do what they want to do. And I'm telling you, this is
1,000% right.
I know, and I know you agree. But what I'm telling to everybody out there is everybody out here listening has every right to stop going to Browns games, to sell all their memorabilia, their merchandise, whatever, and check out themselves. If the Browns want to actively check out on a quarterback room and just keep doing the same thing over and over again, then what more can Cleveland fans take? It's not like they're the only team in town. This isn't like where you have one team and, okay, we only can root for the baseball team or the basketball team. It isn't like that. This isn't Oklahoma City where you have one team to root for. Mm-hmm. The Guardians, I know they're having a struggling year compared to most in the last decade. They still are in contention for a wild card spot. The Cavs, I know they frustrate us. They are Eastern Conference Finals participants because they didn't really win a game. I get it. But they are there. They are there. Four. They are in the Final Four. They are a team that you at least can rock with because you know why? The owner doesn't punch you in the mouth, spit on you, and give you the birds. Dan Gilbert wants the fans to be the difference. You literally see it at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. You see the diff because they believe in the fans. The Dolans, sure, they don't spend money, But they don't spit in your face and go, we're just completely cutting everything, gunning everything. We don't care. We're going to make it as low as possible. They still put a winning product out on the field. So the Browns are going to find out real soon. And I understand we've said this in the past, but here's the reality. We're in 2026. This isn't 2005, where the internet was still in its early, Twitter wasn't even really a thing. So you think about this. We're in a social media age where everything is popular right now. People would rather go to the walk in the metro parks. People would rather go cut their grass. People would rather go to a music concert. They would go to a movie. There's so many things to do right now, and you could literally just pull up your phone and scroll on social media, do TikTok, and be more entertained than watching this bullshit every single time. So I understand, AA. I know we're on the same page. This isn't what you want to happen. This is what you predict. And what I predict is if this shit happens, Browns fans checked out. Like I said earlier this week, this is the closest most fans I'd imagine feel, including myself, to not having a team. And if they continue to just double down, triple down, quadruple down on this, then get ready for the stadium to be empty. You might as well convert it to another Spirit Halloween at this point, because this shit is embarrassing. Embarrassing.
Well, what we want you to do, we want you to pack the Brothers Lounge.
Yes.
And we'll have more details on that coming up on Thursday.
Yes.
So at least on Sundays, you'll have somewhere to go to. More details coming up with that on Thursday. But I'm telling you what's going to happen. I'm telling you. Because they're going to get hype over one win. One win. I'm telling you what's going to happen. They're going to, unless he is his completely injured career ender, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to sign him to a short-term deal. They're going to bring in, they're going to bottom out. They're going to bring in another quarterback.
Mm.
And Deshaun is still going to be QB1. I mean, imagine next year.
Mm.
Dante Moore comes to town.
Yeah.
I'll even go even further. Arch Manning might be the exception to this rule. But any other top name, Dante Moore comes to town. You want to see Dante Moore in action. Dante Moore is the future. Well, Deshaun had a great half of football against Las Vegas. We think he could finally put it together. And he's the QB1 in 2027.
Yeah, well,
playing in front of 15 fans at the stadium.
Correct. And my final point on this, I'm going to hand it back to you. My final point on this is simply the league needs to step in if that continues.
I
mentioned
agree.
it earlier.
That part I thoroughly agree with.
The league, they're not shy to stepping in before in the past. And I mentioned the Cavs thing with the general manager, obviously Ted Stepien, having the ownership rather there with Stepien and all that going on. You had the Stepien rule. Because Ted Stepien just continued to move off of draft picks that weren't even born. Those he was trading 10, 15 years into the future. The league stepped in. There's a Stepien rule now where you can only there's limitations on draft picks and what you can trade and what you really can give up. Don't be surprised for another league to step in and try to save Cleveland. It's happened before, and if that happens, if that happens, the league has to step in, because here's the thing. My final point. This isn't just Cleveland being like, oh, the Cleveland Browns fans are frustrated. Clearly, we are.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not just us. When you have we've obviously talked about, we're Cleveland's digital leader. We're going to talk and deliver to the people. But when you have national outlets, you have Dan Orlovsky on ESPN saying, I want to go to Browns games. They should not go to these games anymore. When they are speaking on national media levels, and every radio host across America is in absolute disbelief that this happened, that Deshaun Watson was named the starting quarterback of the team yesterday. When that is being the overall biggest news story in sports yesterday. That's a problem. It's a big eye-opener that the league might need to step in and talk about Jimmy Haslam and talk to him and figure out what organization, what operation he truly is trying to run. We all know what operation he's trying to run. He's trying to run the shittiest job in sports. We've seen it. And he's doing a great job at that.
When it becomes incompetent.
Mm-hmm.
When it becomes to a point where the other 31 owners are looking at Cleveland and say, not only are they playing bad football, but now they're running a bad business, and their business is impacting the rest of our pockets. Mm-hmm. Because think about this. You had mentioned about the preseason game against the Bills. Mm-hmm. Buffalo ain't that far from here. And to only have 20% of the stadium filled for I know it's preseason, but to only have 20% of the stadium filled, they didn't think it was worthwhile to come down to watch their team against the Browns. Like when it becomes incompetence and you're impacting your bad business is impacting and giving the rest of the league a black eye, then at that point you step in. That's the step in. That's why when it's, yes, every owner, every team, they want to win titles. Absolutely. But the number one thing, you have to operate good business.
Correct.
And it has to be competent. And when that's not the case, like I'm going to be honest, like even just breaking that down and I guess where my psyche is right now, maybe I'm checked out because I'm not angry. Maybe I'm checked out.
I mean,
maybe I'm just sitting here and I listen to Shefty say that after I hear that press conference, multiple times since Saturday, even the I don't care comments from last week that we aired on this show. I mean, why even bother for me to get my blood pressure up anymore? Because they've already shoved my dick down. Like, what do you want me to do? At that point. So, like, honestly, I said before, and on the other side of the break, we'll talk about what's next for Shedeur Sanders, because that's the other piece of this that we haven't even addressed yet. But I'm 1,000% with you. I think right now, though, maybe I'm checking out because I don't have the energy anymore to yell and scream at a losing business that doesn't care.
I get that, Double A, and I know we got to go to break. I take this personally. As somebody we're big on the network for community, it's one of our pillars. And with the music community, everything, with Lahele, the music collective I'm a part of, the music community, everything I do is for community and together. Browns games on Sundays or the occasional Thursday are to bring people together. Thousands of people to the city. To disrespect the community, because that's what you're doing. We could just say it's Browns fans, but who are they? Clevelanders. They're Clevelanders.
Northeast Ohio.
And for somebody and for us as a network that are working so hard to continue to bring people together in a community, and for this asshole, for lack of better words, Jimmy Haslam, to absolutely shit on the fan base in Cleveland. And then Deshaun Watson to say whatever he wants to say till the PR team says, hold on, do this one. I take it personal. And I think it's absolutely, you want to talk disrespectful? That's disrespectful. What has been going on for the last 7 days between the Watson comments, between the announcement of him as a starter, it's all disrespectful. I take it personal. And the Browns, they have a ticking clock with fans. The Sirens coming to town, 2028. Cavs are still good. Guardians are still good. They'll find something else to do.
And even just other general entertainment. It's there. And I want to make something clear, too. I want to make something perfectly clear, because I said this last year. People outside the media, fans outside the media, they're like, oh, Cleveland media always rooting for teams to lose, always rooting. If you understood business, I've seen it through radio, and I've seen it here on this network. When our teams are winning, our numbers are up. We were doing pregame shows last year, pregame shows last year. Those numbers across the board were trending down when you started losing. It's the same with our form here. It's the same with television ratings. It's the same with listenership ratings on the radio. We, as a business, do better when the teams are winning. We were blessed in year one of Inside Edge Network to have the Cleveland Cavaliers participate in two series that went to 7 games, and they was in the Eastern Conference Finals. It didn't go well at the end, but to be on the air, to have active. Part of the reason why we're doing this one stream, I'll break the fourth wall. Part of the reason why we do this one stream every single night with the evening stream is because of the Cavaliers. We saw, and step in if I'm wrong, Eli, we saw with the numbers, because at the time we just did Inside Edge Prime Time at 10 o'clock. We took a break at 11, and then we did this show at midnight.
Mm-hmm.
We saw with the Cavs post games, doing one stream leading into prime time, leading into midnight run, our numbers shoot to the moon. And we were blessed to have those games every other night. So when our teams win, we win.
Right.
That's just the facts. I don't want to hear this whole, oh, you guys are beating up the Browns because you're the media, you hate them. We hate them because they suck right now.
Yes. And not just right now.
No, go ahead, Eli.
No, I'm just to pile on. Not just now. We're going on 27 years of suckage, minus a few playoff appearances by guys not named Deshaun Watson, mind you.
As we go to break, I want we're gonna play Shedeur Sanders 01 here. Shedeur, as we go to break, we'll talk about what's next for Shedeur Sanders. This was Shedeur defending Deshaun Watson and how the media is going after Deshaun and doesn't appreciate all that stuff. Take a listen to Shedeur Sanders as we go to break.
How did you do that with Deshaun today, or did you do that?
Yeah, I mean, well, in general, I don't appreciate that at all. Just regardless of competition, we all human beings. And I think we all need to understand that, in this room too. We all humans. So it's like, I don't really do things to humans I won't really want done to me, and I don't really like making people feel uncomfortable in different spaces. And that's why even sometimes, like, daily things I do, like, I try to make sure everybody comfortable, because a lot of things, just even how I am as a person, sometimes can make people uncomfortable, So, I mean, I'm obviously aware of that, and just for all the fans and everything, like, we appreciate y'all and showing up and everything. And however y'all feel about the situation, about Deshaun and about everything, like, still, I think it's more about a bigger purpose of just respect. It's just a respect thing that I feel like should be there, because we all out there trying to do our best and trying to serve the franchise the best way possible. We going out there to win games. We doing everything we can do. So, I don't really appreciate that.
I guess I'll dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road, or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by InsideEdge Network's very own Ryan Monster and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Hey, it's Autumn Chisholm here from the Daily Spiral, and tomorrow I will be going solo. Now, I know that sounds a little weird, but no, I will be flying solo tomorrow. No Eli, he'll be back on Thursday, but tomorrow I will break down all of the Disney MCU news from D23. I know it's been a couple weeks, but we haven't really gotten a chance to get to it. I'll talk about the new X-Men cast and the upcoming films that were announced. I'll even talk about Lanterns and how it may have saved the Green Lantern universe. And then I'll go into what I'm calling the mini spiral. I'll deep dive on a topic that most people probably don't even know about. But tune in tomorrow night at 8 p.m. here on the Inside Edge Network and follow for more at Daily Spiral Pod on Instagram and TikTok. And of course, follow the Inside Edge Network on wherever you get your podcasts, Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and even the Roku app. I'll see you tomorrow night.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
My apologies. I'm looking at my phone here. It's late August. We're doing scoreboard watching with baseball. Guardians and Angels are tied. 6-all, top of the ninth. Guardians have won 5 straight, looking to make it 6 straight. I'm checking the Rangers are facing the White Sox. So it's, you wish you could give both teams L's, but that's not how it works. The Chicago White Sox won earlier today, 11-7. Now, I mentioned the Texas Rangers because right now the Guardians currently are half game ahead of Texas for the final wild card spot. Meanwhile, they are 3 back currently of the Chicago White Sox. But again, we had an off-air conversation, Eli and I, about got to let things play out. You take advantage of a softer schedule. Take advantage of it. Get your W's where you need to go. Okay, so the Schefter thing really took off. So there's a few topics we're moving to. We got more to do tonight, but there's a few topics we're going to move to tomorrow. The Cavaliers, they were voted. They were ranked 6th in votes to win the Eastern Conference. No one from ESPN, their summer prediction forecast, voted for the Cavaliers to win the NBA Finals. We're going to talk about that tomorrow. My question coming up tomorrow: if you think the Cavaliers are the 6th best team in the Eastern Conference, tell me how that's not good enough, right? So we'll talk about that coming up tomorrow, and get your ideas in for Inside Edge, for our Inside Edge Adult Sports League. We're going to do intramurals, but be mindful that we're all old. So, except Eli, we are old. So if you go in here and tell us, hey, full court basketball, or we're gonna do full football and full pads, you take your full pad self to the Cleveland Clinic. We ain't doing that. We go ice down. It's gonna be full participation ice downs. Pause. That's what it's gonna be. Okay, so don't do that. All right. I want something simple. I want something that embraces our age. So we'll take eating contests. We'll take give us ideas. We'll talk about that coming up tomorrow. And the return of Around the Dial. I'm very curious what's going on in Atlanta with the QB battle. The one we have here is bad. I'm not saying the one in Atlanta is worse, but man, you got people saying there's only one quarterback to play, and that's Tua, and even he ain't good enough to play. So I'm very curious to hear what's going on with Atlanta. I'm also curious to hear or radio reaction from the Bay Area, because one of their owners is extremely horny and ended up at East Palestine. And I thought East Palestine already had enough issues. When I saw them in the news again, I'm like, what are we doing? And now it's trailer park, and stuff. Also, someone said that, only $140? Okay. Man, terrible. So what's next for Shedeur Sanders? I want to quickly talk about what's next for Shedeur Sanders. We played the cut before the break with Shedeur Sanders. Look, Shedeur is a fine young man, things like that, but we've always said, like, you got to level up. You got to do the things to level up. I don't know if Shedeur has done that, but Shedeur has proven to be a good teammate. All I'll say is with the media comments and things like that, you're lucky you're in Cleveland. This is not New York City. This is not Philadelphia or any other big town. If you would have said that in Philly, you would have said that in New York, you would have said that in Boston, you would have got ripped to shreds. Little old Cleveland, it could be a lot worse. I'll just put it to you that way. Phil Yates was on ESPN yesterday, and let's play his cut here. Because of everything about Deshaun and everything we talked about during this show about what the Browns plan on doing, we think, with Deshaun Watson, where does that leave Shedeur Sanders? Let's take a listen to Phil Yates.
No question about that, Mina. The next 2 years are going to be very painful from a salary cap perspective when Deshaun Watson almost assuredly won't be on the roster. I think a lot of us probably already felt this way, but today was yet another, to me, message from the Cleveland Browns that the quarterback of their future is not on the roster right now. They have 2 first-round picks in the 2027 NFL draft. That's probably when they will acquire their quarterback of the future. And I know that Shedeur Sanders fans are a very passionate bunch and probably feel like he is or can be the answer for Cleveland. If the Browns felt that way, he'd be starting from the very beginning of the season. Because if you believe it enough in a player to be your QB1 of the future, you're going to believe it enough in that player to start week 1. I read this as the Browns are going to let Deshaun Watson start the season. At some point, we're all going to realize the clock has reached midnight on him as the Browns starting quarterback. There will be a lot less pressure on Shedeur Sanders because you've already seen what Deshaun Watson brings to the table. And then Shedeur Sanders will play the rest of the year because for a young quarterback, those reps are valuable. And figuring out what level of quarterback can be in the NFL. Right now, they're telling us it's not a high-level starter.
So that's courtesy of ESPN. So the read I'm getting is they're looking at Shedeur Sanders and they're going to try to trade him. That's the read that I'm getting. I will give Eli credit for that take because he was on top of that one. I am not 100% sure if Shedeur Sanders even participates in the regular season. If I had to predict, I think he will, because again, everything that the Browns do is very performative. So they're going to give you this illusion that Shedeur has a chance to start in week 3. It's not happening. He's not starting week 3. Shedeur, there's no plans to even play Shedeur Sanders in the preseason game on Thursday. That part concerns me because I think they might, again, they might look to trade him. So that part concerns me. And we got to remember, there's history with this. Go back and reflect back to why Joe Flacco was not brought back in 2024. When we thought, Deshaun Watson was going to be, ready to go, they did not want a popular backup in the same locker room. Joe Flacco was a popular backup after everything he did in the second half of 2023 to get the Browns to the playoffs. Joe Flacco would have been a popular backup. He didn't come back until 2025. He didn't come back. This is going to be a case where I kind of get the vibes here. Dylan Gabriel is not a popular backup, but I think they have faith in Dylan Gabriel to do something. You got Green in there too. Like, we're going to see between Gabriel and Green what they can do. But if I had a gut feeling of what's going to happen here, there's no way Shedeur Sanders, I don't feel he's going to be on this roster in 2027. I think now you're looking into either, I think if a deal comes up and somebody dingles a third-round draft pick or something for Shedeur before the season starts, they're going to probably take it. Or mid-season, somebody loses a quarterback or something, Shedeur Sanders is available. I think just the way that everything has played out, the Cleveland Browns, for worse or worse, I ain't say but for better or worse, ain't no better. This is stupid. All this is stupid. This is no better or worse. This is garbage. This is worse. It's what it is. They're going to clear the deck for Deshaun Watson. And Shedeur Sanders will be traded. They're just looking for a partner. They're waiting for Arizona. They might be waiting for Minnesota, who could be the backup for Kyler Murray if J.J. McCarthy doesn't make the roster. That's some developments going on over in Minnesota. All right. Dolly Parton passed away earlier today. When we come back, we're going to play a clip from The Tonight Show. And she talked about she has one more project. So we'll play that. We got some thoughts that I want to share, not just of Dolly Parton, but also Aaliyah. They both passed away, same date. So we'll talk about that. Plus, our latest installment of Smash or Pass. This is a controversial one. So we'll have it for you coming up after the break.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by InsideEdge Network's very own Ryan Monster and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
Well, I'll tell you a place where you'll always be in a good mood, in a great mood, and that's the Brothers Lounge. It's on the west side of Cleveland. Incredible location. 11609 Detroit Avenue in Cleveland, Ohio. Again, that West 117th Interstate 90 exit. Just travel up north. You'll hit Detroit. You'll see the Brothers Lounge. You see the marquee on the commercials, and the place is fantastic. Unlike the Cleveland Browns, they respect your business. they respect your, and they give you the hospitality. They treat you like kings and queens in there at the Brothers Lounge, from phenomenal music shows, open mic night, comedy shows, line dancing, and a ton of other shows. Trivia night, they got you covered. And, of course, the drinks are fantastic. Incredible drink menu. And the extensive menu from Chef Wynn, which I will be diving into next time I'm at Brothers. I'm going to Brothers this weekend, so I will be diving in to that menu. There's a lot of things I still need to try, but check it out. The Brothers Lounge. You see the location right there. 11609 Detroit Avenue in Cleveland, right in that Cleveland-Lakewood border on the west side. Again, West 117th in Detroit, that corner. Earlier today, we received the news that the legend, one of the GOATs of this game, of the music business, Dolly Parton, passed away at the age of 80. We have learned that she had faced a very, very short bout with cancer. And even though she was sick, her loved ones thought, could pull through, but cancer. But man, one of the unique talents, I thought everybody on this network has done a great job breaking down, or not just breaking down, but reflecting back on Dolly Parton, and one of the few people that no one had a bad word to say. If you've seen my promos throughout the night, I have mentioned that I did not know that she has a namesake in a children's hospital in her hometown. Did not know that. I worked on a report for my day job for a particular radio station for the Dolly Parton Children's Hospital, and seeing how she got involved in her hometown, Nashville, the community there with the children. And I've been hearing so many stories with the Imagination Station, and just her impact with music, her impact just with people. She's one of the few people anytime she steps into a room, the room brightens up. Anytime. Oh, and she's good at music too. So like you had all of that. And when you have a song that defines corporate America, 9 to 5, I mean, you're doing things right. We're not done hearing from Dolly, however. She made it one of her many appearances on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. This particular appearance was from a few years back, and she had this message to Jimmy, again, courtesy of NBC and The Tonight Show. That's incredible stuff. Again, courtesy of The Tonight Show. Really cool stuff. Again, just brightens up the room. 2026 has been a rough one, from that standpoint, but she's one of the good ones. So she will be missed. She will be missed for sure. But hey, even 19 years from now, we got a new single that could be released, ready to go, and in the vault in 2045. So it gives me an idea too. It's like, man, like we're in this digital space and stuff. Maybe we save something and have something passed down. So she's reunited with her late husband, and family who has preceded her as well. So, man, she really made an impact in life and everything like that. So Dolly Parton, she will be missed, passing away earlier today at the age of 80. Okay, I didn't plan this out well. Somehow we're going to transition. Rookie mistake by me. I did not plan. Deshaun Watson sucks. Okay, we're back. All right, come on back in here, Eli. It is time to wrap up the show with Smash or Pass. And the item we had planned for you today, we have to push back to tomorrow because we actually have some breaking news in terms of the item that is going to be presented at KFC, not here in America, but KFC China. We don't have video. We only have a photo for you.
Okay.
But here it is. The Smash or Pass. This is a KFC / Oreo chicken sandwich.
Damn.
So you have a stamped Oreo bun and mashed potatoes, maybe a sprinkle of the Chad Bryant potatoes.
Oh, okay. That's a pass then. No, okay.
Yeah, that'll be a pass.
Show's
mashed
over,
potatoes mixed with Oreo.
Yeah.
And that complements, you see at the bottom, KFC spicy chicken Oreo.
Yeah, the KFC chicken flavored cream. Man, this is a tough one. Because, like, there's some things that usually you want to think of, right? Like, first off, excellent on the bun. Stamped Oreo bun, that's branding at its peak. Great job, Oreo. Way to make sure you left your mark. Everybody's going to know
that's a
that
high-quality looking bun, too.
It sure is. And it's got to be a chocolate bun, right? If it's an Oreo bun, I'd imagine
Has to be.
Okay, all right.
So this chocolate, the main question, two questions. Can you mix chocolate with mashed potatoes? I've never tried that before. I have never tried that before.
Yeah.
Can you mix chocolate with mashed potatoes? Actually, three questions. Can you put mashed potatoes on a chicken sandwich? Number one. Number two, can you mix chocolate with mashed potatoes? And then number three, can chocolate mix with chicken?
And number four, are we safe to eat lettuce nowadays? There's lettuce on there. I mean, are we safe to eat lettuce?
Oh yeah. I think their lettuce is fine.
Okay. Just asking. Damn, dude. Every bit of me wants to say smash. Every bit of me, because I'm curious. Like the Oreo bun, definitely gonna smash. Like the chicken, we know it's gonna be. It's just that that like the sauce, like the substance. I don't know how to make
Okay,
it.
I forgot to mention this. Bad job on me.
Okay.
We have elevated rules here on Smash or Pass.
Yeah.
Very rarely are we going to have something that we both deem as get this out of here, pass. But is it a full smash, or we'll use Eli's plate system, or is it a 3/4 smash or a half smash? And what I mean by that, we got to think about all the elements of this. It's not just whether or not you would eat this and it's good, but are you willing to pay the expected price for this type of item? And do you have belief that you would finish the entire meal or not?
Yeah, Dubs.
That part I don't have belief in.
Dubs, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I haven't been a sweet tooth guy all like that. I'll have the occasional ice cream and things like that. That's like our sweet tooth here in the Moon household, and that's really what we, every now and then maybe we get a hold of some other sweets. Papa Moon maybe makes a cheesecake every now and then or things like that. But we don't do a ton of sweets in here. I get to do my caffeinated beverages. I'm not gonna lie to you though. I've thought about this in the few seconds you've had this up on the screen. I want to say just 3/4, but damn it, I'm curious. Smash for me. Here's the thing. It's because I'm curious. I'm not necessarily agreeing or stamping my approval that chocolate mashed potatoes essentially would be good. But imagine that with like a glass of milk. Okay, for you maybe not. But like imagine that with a glass of milk.
Thanks, buddy. I can do almond milk, okay?
All right, fine. Imagine that with a glass of almond milk, AA, and you dip the KFC Oreo chicken sandwich in some milk. Because we know milk.
See, I could do that for the cookies at the bottom. I'm sold on the cookies.
Yeah.
The cookies hold on.
Smash.
Hold on.
Spicy chicken.
Hold on. Spicy chicken.
That's what scares me a little
Oreo.
bit. Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know, man.
I'm a little scared. If it's just a normal, like, home style or something, like.
Okay. I'm conflicted now.
It's thin, though. It looks like a thinner Oreo. You see that, like, in the package. It looks a little thinner, so maybe it's not too much of a spice factor. Maybe it's just.
No, I don't. See, here's the thing. Everything on this screen individually is an automatic smash. Here we go. Let's go home. Call it a day. Right?
Right.
Mashed potatoes is my favorite side dish, period.
Right.
Do you hear the alert, by the way?
Yeah.
The Guardians won in extra innings.
Let's go.
8-6.
Let's go.
They won in extra innings.
Yes.
Individually, I'm cool with.
But that's not the rules of the game.
I know. I don't know if I can get past the chocolate mashed potatoes.
But I think it's like, so, like when you add additives to things and like, you mix in certain things just to create a flavor, like maybe that's what it is. Like, you don't just eat rice usually. You add like some adobo, a sazon, you add some other stuff to rice, or, maybe you add some extra things, yellow rice, you have different rices. This is just like an alternate mashed potato if you look at it like that.
But I think the thing, though, chocolate is such a dominating flavor.
Yeah, but you're doing it for the substance, I think. Like the texture of the mashed potatoes and the form they create to make that substance. It's almost like a Nutella in a way. Like just a thicker Nutella, maybe a few chunks in there. And it's going to be quality. I just think it's like a dessert mashed potato. It's like, we talk about like, you have what? Like sweet potato, and then you have normal potato. Like this is just like a sweeter potato.
I'm trying to think of how we could make this.
Well, while you're thinking, I'm just going to double down, and I'm going to say smash for sure on the sandwich. 100% smash. 100% smash. More out of curiosity, but I think it could be interesting. Spicy chicken Oreos, if it was home-style Oreos, I like a normal, like, just sweet, just delicious chicken from KFC. Sure. I'm going to actually pass on the spicy chicken Oreos. Too spicy.
I'm going to go like 3/4 smash on the cookies.
Okay.
I can't turn down chicken. I'll go 3/4 smash on both.
Okay. All right.
There's potential that this could be amazing. There is also potential that it could fall on his face.
Yeah.
I'm going to try something this weekend.
I'm not going to lie to you, though. This may be a little controversial. I would eat this over the mozzarella stick sandwich. I would, the one from Progressive Field, I would eat this over the mozzarella stick sandwich.
I would too.
Okay. Yeah.
I would too.
Yeah. I mean, the
mayo. KFC chicken, you can't, KFC chicken, you can't. All right, I'm going to try something this weekend.
Okay.
Or in the future, I'll do it.
Are you traveling overseas? Are you going to go try this?
Yeah, overseas, as in my local grocery store.
Okay.
Down the street. No.
Yeah.
So, buy a chicken sandwich.
Okay. Oh, no. Are you going to put Hershey's? Are you going to melt Hershey and put it in your mashed potatoes? Tell me you're about to do this.
What if I put ice cream?
No, because it's not the same as mashed potatoes.
I know it's not the same, but I don't want to try the same thing.
Oh, then sure. Then the world's your oyster.
No, but the problem is like, okay. So what do you want me to do? Do you want me to get a chicken sandwich?
Yes.
Mashed potatoes?
Yes.
And like some cookies?
I want you to melt Hershey's chocolate in a pan. I want you to dump it into the potatoes, stir it around once it's all cooked, get it a nice consistency, maybe put a little more heat on it, get it as close as you can to that chocolate mashed potatoes. You don't even have to do the cookies. You will leave the cookies out of it. You can choose your bun. If you want like a rye bun or wheat or, white bread, whatever.
It has to be a strong, like, the bun kind of matters with this.
Maybe a brioche bun. like those like thicker ones you put on maybe a brioche
it has to
bun.
It has to be a thick bun.
Yeah, I think that's what I would like though. That's that. And you know what? I might have a little bit of time this weekend. Maybe I come over there and we try it together.
I would feel more confident if Papa Moon tried it. if he fired it up.
Look, I would love for Papa Moon to try it, but
no, he can't have sweets.
I was gonna say, as Papa Moon's at home doctor who make sure he's doing good, his diabetes would be very, very mad at him.
Is there anything that we have presented that Papa Moon could eat?
I mean, I'm sure he could have
the brisket.
Yeah, I was gonna say the brisket and some of the other stuff. He sure can have stuff. He just not to pull the curtain back. He talks about it on Real Talk though. He's just got to be mindful of what he eats because being diabetic, something like this could really wreck. I mean, like the bacon wrapped honey bun smoked would have I actually fun fact. I know we're about to get out of here, but I'll tell you this. So I came home and I was like, yeah. So we did the bacon wrapped honey buns. He goes,
yes.
Okay, whatever. And he didn't understand that we really tried it. And then I showed him the video and he goes, oh, you actually tried it? I was like, yeah. He's like, how was it? I was like, fantastic. He goes, did you bring any home? I said, nope, I did not. I said, we had one for each of us. I said, because at the reality, if I brought that home and allowed you to consume that, I'd feel terrible about myself.
Oh, that would be terrible.
I felt it through my veins, how much sugar and, I mean, just.
That was.
I'm still feeling it.
I had a sugar rush. I had a serious sugar rush that day because we consumed it earlier today. Yeah. I had a sugar rush the entire day, and then we did our shows. I felt a certain way that day.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh man, that's tough.
I mean, yeah. So probably a no for Papa Moon. He'd probably have to pass us out for looking out for his diet, but. Yeah, I'd be down to try it with you. You know, I'm always rock with you. I'll try it.
All right. Tomorrow. I'm going to give you the smash or pass for tomorrow and give you a day to think about it.
Okay.
Here it is. We'll see you tomorrow night. Bye-bye.